Okay, now we should officially be live. So I'm waiting on it to update. There we go. All right, so now I believe we are live. So hopefully I have a few viewers watching. I don't know how many's on there right now, but I guess we'll see. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So I went ahead and created creating some of the file structure. I'm going to be using Ctas in this, and it's going to auto-generate my CSS style sheets. So right now I just have my Ctas folder with nothing in it. I have a JavaScript folder with nothing in it, and then my index.html. So I have the chat window open, so if you're able to chat, give me a question, or just talk with me, and then we can communicate back and forth. So again, I'm kind of I'm new to this, so yeah, hopefully this is a good video for you guys to watch. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with this project. Basically, we're going to be building out a flat file HTML website using CSS and JavaScript, and you're going to be able to watch me do the entire thing live. So if you have any questions, again, leave a question. If this stream goes well, I plan on doing a few more streams. This one's kind of like the basic intro into some of the stuff that I do, so that you can kind of see how I build my Ctas and how I, build my JavaScript out. The next live stream I'm hoping to do would be more of a PHP focused one, so that you can actually see how to build out a website and do includes and stuff like that. So basic PHP principles. And then hopefully another live stream after that would come into where we build out like a full WordPress website from start to finish. So this one, again, just HTML, JavaScript, CSS, all that kind of good stuff. So for right now, let's go ahead and get started. I expect this to take about 2 or 3 hours maybe, so you have plenty of time to watch it and chat. And then after everything's done, I'm going to add the code to GitHub so that you can just download the project and work from there. But it'll be a fully functional website if you want to follow along and ask any questions about what I'm doing as I'm doing it. So let's get started by starting with an HTML5 template. And I got my other windows open, so you might see me click off the screen every now and then just to kind of check what I'm doing. Let's see, make sure everything's good. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm going to run my live server, which this is using an add-on. Wrong window. So let's click on this window and go live. All right, so this is using a add-on that I have, an extension. So it is the live server, and whenever I click on it, it just basically opens up a local website that I can use. Okay, so as we're updating this, let me make sure I got my live reload on. All right, so let's go back over here, and I'm going to change this. Basically, this website is going to be something like a sample agency HTML site. It could be used as a portfolio for an individual user, or the way I'm going to build it out, it could be used for other purposes as well. But it's mostly going to be like a place that you can present a portfolio and services and stuff like that. So probably what most of my visitors would be interested in seeing. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Inside of the body, I would recommend for an HTML website like this to use classes for what kind of pages you're on. So like, for example, I'm on the home page, so I want to have body class home page, and then I want to come in here and do the header. So let's create a header here, and then inside of this header we're going to have all kinds of links. So let's go ahead and do like a navigation, mobile menu. Well, we won't do the mobile menu yet, but let's go ahead and do like a navigation. So let's do just regular nav, and then inside of this I want to do UI, li, and let's just say 5 for now. And then inside of this I want to add a few different links. So I'm going to do ahref equals this, and then just have that close. So that way that we can control how this navigation looks. Right now we're not going to worry about the CSS too much. I just want to get the structure of the site. For the pages, we are going to have let's see, I want to do a home page, so let's do slash, and then this is just going to be home, and then let's do another slash here for about.html, and make this about us. Actually, it could be used for us or me, so I'm just going to do slash about. And then let's do another one for services.html, and this is going to be our services. Let's see, and then let's do portfolio. So portfolio.html. And then finally, let's do contact.html. And I think that should be good. So let me decrease that for right now. Okay, so we have our about page, services, portfolio, and contact. Inside of the services, I want to have some additional potential services. So you have the main services page, and then you have the smaller individual services pages. So inside of this LI, I'm going to add another list item. So we're going to do UL, and this list is going to, let's do like class subheader. And then I'm just going to do, I don't know, maybe like 3 services. So for these services, I'm going to do href. And then I want to have, let's say like slash website development. Let me click that. I'll need to go inside of this. So website development.html, and then this is going to be website development. And then I want to do, let's say software development. So software development.html, and this is going to be software development. Then I need another one here that's going to be app development.html. Okay, so the basic header structure is there. Before the nav, I want to have like a logo. So let's do div logo, and then inside of this, I'm just going to add a link to the home page, and I'm just going to put logo here for now. So we have our logo and our navigation. Let's see, we'll get to the mobile navigation and stuff like that whenever we get over there. So let's continue down the page. So we have our header here. So outside of the header, I'm going to do div main, and then inside of this, I'm just going to create a section there. And then outside of this div main, I'm going to have the footer. So outside of this div, let's add the footer. And then the footer, we'll get to that in a little bit, but I want to start working on kind of styling this. So one thing that we're going to do that's probably going to make it a little bit easier for you guys, hopefully, is that we are going to kind of modularize everything. You don't necessarily have to do it this way, but I'm just going to try to make it as easy as possible. So first thing I want to do is I'm going to create the general style.scss, and then I'm going to create a new folder inside of my Sass. It's just going to be called modules, and these modules are going to be containing specific code. Like if I have repeating sections, I want to have it where it's configurable and accessible in one place, compared to having to change it up. So let's go to our modules, and I'm going to create a let's see, new file. I'm going to do grid, so grid.scss, and then a new file. I'm just going to call it general.scss, and I actually need to have double underscore in front of these names in order to be able to use them the way that I want to use them. Okay, so inside of our style here, I'm going to import a few different things. So first thing I want to import is I'm going to be using Google Fonts. So I'm going to drag this over to this window here. And then I'm also going to be using Bootstrap Icons, so we can keep all of those open. So the Bootstrap Icons, I'm not using Bootstrap for the theming at all. I'm just using it to grab these icons because they're pretty easy to grab. So I'm just going to copy over this import here, and I'm just going to add it as one of my imports inside of the style SCSS. And then I also want to come over here, and I like to use Roboto and Open Sans. So I'm going to add just a regular Roboto, and then I also want to, let's go back and add Open Sans. Let's see, just add the regular there as well. All right, so we have our font families that we want to use. So Roboto and Open Sans, we're going to take this import URL right here, and I'm also going to paste it into our website code. Okay, so now we're kind of building out our website code for the CSS. Inside of the CSS over here, I also want to import the two style sheets that I just created. So we're going to do import modules slash, let's do the grid first, and then add import modules, and then let's do the general as well. Okay, so that'll kind of give us a good start. So now that I got my style sheet, I wanted to use the Watch Sass, which is also another extension that I've downloaded for VS Code. So if I click on Watch Sass, you can see that it generates a CSS file here as well as the min here. So right now there's nothing really in it except for the style.css has the imports that I did, but they don't have the other information because there's nothing inside of the grid or general. So let's close out of that, and we want to add this style sheet to our index.html. So let's go back up to, let me minimize this. We don't need to see all that right now. Let's go back up to our header, and we're just going to add a style sheet reference. So link rel equals style sheet. And then this is just going to be linking to the style sheet that we just did, which I'm going to use the min version of it. So style.min.css. And that way that our website over here will start using the style sheet information that we put up. So with the grid, I've done a full tutorial on how to create your own grid. So I'm going to kind of blow through this one, and I'll kind of talk about it as I'm doing it, but I'm not necessarily too interested in discussing it too much. But you can kind of see how I'm building things up. So first thing I want to do is create some breakpoints. So let's do grid underscore breakpoint. So breakpoint small, because I'm going to be using these breakpoints to create the structure. And we're just going to put 576 for now. And I'm just going to copy this over a few different times. So we want to have the small, medium, large. So kind of how Bootstrap does it, but not necessarily the same. This is kind of like my own version of it. Again, I have a video that you can look at that will show you how to do all of this. So I'm just creating the breakpoints for different sizes on the website, and then those breakpoints will be used. I also want to say that I'm going to be using the column layout is going to be 12. And then I also want to have a gap that is, let's say 0.25, and that's going to be 0.25 rem. Okay, so now I'm just going to start creating some functions that can be used, some mix-ins that will be used inside of this grid style sheet. So just bear with me. I'm kind of go quiet for a second, and then follow along and let me know, what you think. Okay, sorry, I had to check and make sure that my volume was working. Okay, So let's first create our mixins. So we're going to do mixin create dash MQ, and we're going to be passing a breakpoint and then a min or max. And this function is going to create our breakpoints as they go through. So let's do if breakpoint equals 0. Then we're just going to display the content, else, not else, else, at media screen, and min or max. Breakpoint 1 pixel. Why is that not working? Let me decrease this so I can read it. Okay, so screen min or max width expected. So media screen and min $sign min or max dash width breakpoint times 1 pixel. Okay, let's see if it's giving us any errors in our Sass. Doesn't look like it, so let me just continue. All right, so if it breaks, it'll let me know down here. Right now it's still building it out. Okay, so that would be that function. So let's create another mixin, and then this is going to be create column classes modifier grid columns breakpoint. So we're going to do at include the function that we created up there. So create MQ. I'm going to pass the breakpoint, and then we're going to do min, and let's do at $4 $i from 1 through grid columns. Let's see, margin, calculate 100 divided by $grid dash columns divided by $i. Okay, so that's going to be our margin. And let's do the column class itself. So we got this modifier $i. And let's do flex basis margin minus gap times 2, because we want to have it the gap on both sides, then times 1%, and that should give us our column structures, and we'll be able to check that in just a minute. So let's do margin gap times 1%. Okay, so now it's building it. So let's see what it's actually building out. Oh, it's not building it. Still giving me an error here. So let me see if I can read through it again. So media screen and So I'm not seeing why that would break. I don't think that'll matter. Media screen and all right, let me see what this thing is saying. So let's clear it out, resave. It says it's generating it. All right, well, that's because I haven't actually created anything yet. All right, well, let's keep going, and then we'll go and actually create the content. Okay, so let me go up a little bit. Before I get to this function, I want to create another function. Say add function pixel to %. And this is going to be target, and this is just a helper class or helper method for me. 16. That way we can get our percentages where we need them to go. So at return percentage target divided by parent. Okay. Then I also want to create the initial column, which is if they just call a regular column by itself, it's just going to be just a regular column, I guess. So grid row, flex row 1, and then the rest of them will be pre-calculated. So flex direction, let's just make it go to the left. Margin, we're going to use our gap times 1%, and then let's just have it float left. Okay, let me create some grid properties. So map grid props. And the first one is going to be 0. Then I want to have an SM, and then this one's going to be grid underscore BP underscore BP dash small. And actually let me adjust these. So I'm going to have these also be doubled on the bottom. So double. I don't know why I didn't do that in the beginning. It's just to help it flow a little bit better, a little easier to understand. Okay, so I want to copy this, and we're going to do one for medium, large, XL. So let's do our medium. And let's come down here, and we're going to do our large, and then XL. So now we have our grid properties. Let's go ahead and end that. Okay, so now if we go to our style, okay, so we're starting to get some stuff generated. So it is generating it as expected. I don't know why this is erroring out. I don't see a specific reason why it should be, but hopefully whenever it goes to create everything, it'll fix itself. Bugs in live mode. Sucks. Okay, let's see, what else do we got here? All right, so we got our create column classes. Let's do an each, and we are going to do modifier and breakpoint. And again, I know I'm going through this really quick. The rest of the tutorial won't be so bad. I'll be able to explain a little bit more, but I've created another video that does specifically this. So you can watch the other video, and I'll link to it at some point in the channel. But for right now, it's just I'm kind of going through it because this is a time-intensive part of it, and I don't want this to be the focus of the video. So we're going to do modifier equals blank. Then it's just going to default to the modifier. And that's going to be -XS. Okay, so now let's do include create MQ. We're going to have our breakpoint, and this is going to be breakpoint -1, and this is going to be our max breakpoint. Hey, thanks, Blazer. I'm trying to watch the chat screen for whenever people come on, but hey, I'm glad you enjoy it so far. Right now, this is the boring part of it, but it'll get a little bit funner. All right, so let's see. We got our max here, and let's do hidden with our modifier, and this one's going to be modifier dash down, and this is going to be creating our hidden classes, just so they are part of the design, so we can hide things from mobile and stuff like that. Okay, so now we have our hidden. Let's see what's wrong here. So hidden. Why did they do this? Okay, hidden modifier down. Okay, that's all we need. And then I'm also going to create. I'm just going to basically copy and paste this, but we're going to do create MQ breakpoint, and it's not going to be -1. It's just going to be breakpoint min. And then we're going to have hidden modifier up, so that it generates all of the whenever we start to use the basically where you have anything below a certain display port, you can put hidden MD down. If you want it to not display on the larger ones, you can do hidden dash large up, and that's what this is creating. Okay, so now let's get out of this and let's start our row. So inside of our row, this one's going to be just a basic row. So let's do margin gap auto, and then we're going to do and display flex wrap and width 100% at each. And this is where we're actually going to be creating our columns. So modifier breakpoint in map grid properties at include create column classes, and this is going to be modifier, and we want to have right here, we want to have our grid columns. And then finally, our breakpoint. I don't know why I put a wrap that. Okay. So let's see what this is generating. I go to here. Now we have our hidden fields. We need to get it to generate our actual grid. Okay, let's see, what is it not running? So we have here, that's fine. Create column classes. Let me decrease this so I can make sure I'm reading it. So create column classes, modifier grid columns. Where's that not being called at? It should be called here. So we have each modifier, breakpoint in map grid props. Include create column classes. Let's see, is there any errors? Oh, there is. Undefined operation calculate. Let's see here. Let's see, mix in content. Let's see, on line 43, we have margin, calculate, 100. Divided by grid columns, 1. undefined operation calculate. Why is calculate not working here? That's weird. Calculate should be working there. I don't know why it's not. Okay, so we got our columns generating now. So we got column 10, it also should have small, and they should also be based on the widths that we had set up. So this all looks like it's working right. I don't know why calculate wouldn't work there. If anybody's watching and they've ever seen calculate, why would it break? I don't know why it would be breaking here. So I believe that's the newer code. Maybe I'm running an old version of my SAS compiler, but you should be able to run a calculate function there. Oh well, okay, so the grid looks like it's working, looks like it's done, so I'm just going to keep that as it is. Max width -1 pixel. So the grid here, where is it, the -1 pixel? I don't think that's the one doing it. Breakpoint -1 pixel was our max. Breakpoint, okay. Well, I'm just gonna move on from this. I'm sure there's something I can take a look at it, but for right now, I'm just gonna move on from it because I want to get started on the rest of the stuff. Loading. Well, I don't know. Are you able to see anything? Why is it loading? So let me see. If I switch code, I'm gonna see how long it takes to get there. Hopefully it's not buffering too much. I have a pretty good internet connection. It shouldn't be too bad. So I'm trying to watch it in real time as I'm doing it. Let's see. See if there's, I don't think there's a way for me to change the latency or anything. So, I mean, it looks like it's working on my screen, Java code. Hopefully it works on yours. I don't know why it wouldn't be working on it. You're a little bit delayed behind me, but yeah, so hopefully everything's good now. I mean, I can see it on my screen and it's a little delayed behind what I'm saying, so hopefully it catches up with me, but it should be working. All right, so let's go, and I'm gonna minimize this again because we don't need to see it unless there's an error. Okay, so I'm gonna build out some of the general styles. So inside of our general style sheet, I want to create some SAS colors that we can reuse throughout the rest of the website. So let's do primary color, and I'm just going to be using my generic color that I use for everything. So 38A4EF. Oh, well, welcome from Indonesia, Java Code. It's good to see y'all over here. I hope I'm not talking too fast or too slow. This is my first time doing a live stream, so hopefully it's something y'all can follow along with and have fun with. But yeah, welcome. Okay, so we get our primary color, and then I'm going to copy this. I want to do a primary color hover so that we can change it just to a little bit darker. So I'm going to click on this and just make it a little darker. And then I also want to do a secondary color. And for this, I'm just going to do like an orange color. So let's do FF9 D09. So it gives us a little bit of orange color. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the hover. So let's do hover here, and we're just going to make it a little bit darker. Let's go in a little dark. Okay. And then finally, I want to have a text color. And my text color is going to be 333. Okay, I understand Java code. But let me know if I need to talk any slower. I think I usually code and talk pretty quick, so if I need to talk slower, let me know. Okay, but thank you for trying. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I want to create a mixin here for a container. So let's do mixin and we're just going to call it container. And this is something that we can call in the rest of the website. So I want to wrap everything inside of a container, but I don't necessarily want to declare the class here because I might want to use this mixin somewhere else without having to retype the code every single time. Okay, so let's do max width. I'm just going to set it to 100%, and then we're going to add a padding to the left and the right, and I'm just going to set it as like 5 vertical width. That way we have some padding on the sides of it. So we can actually use this container class throughout the rest of the website, but in order to use it as a class, I need to create the actual container class. So container, and then this is just going to @include container. And now we should be able to use this container class throughout everything else. All right, so let's go down, or actually let's go up right here. I'm gonna do a body so that we can start making sure that our sass is actually hitting where it needs to go. All right, so the body, let's set our padding to 0. I'm not using any kind of like framework or anything for the styles. It's just building it out from scratch. This entire project is from scratch. Okay, so let's do padding, margin. I'm also not using a reset. So if you use a reset, some of this stuff you don't have to do, but I'm not going to use one. All right, so font size 16 pixels. Font weight is normal. Let's set the color for the font to be our text color. And I want our font family to be Open Sans. So Open Sans. So Open Sans, and then a fallback of sans serif. All right, so Open Sans, sans serif. Let's go ahead and set our background color and just make it white. And overflow X, let's just make it hidden so there's nothing that accidentally falls off of the website while we're building it. Okay, so let me switch back over to the index HTML, and inside of my header, I'm going to wrap everything inside of a container. So inside of the header class, I'm going to do div container, and then I'm just going to put everything inside of the header currently inside of that container. And I'm going to show you something pretty cool towards the very end of it. Well, not the very end of it, probably the middle of it. Whenever we start getting into the JavaScript, whenever you're building out a flat file HTML website, it's a pain to go in there and have to copy and paste your header onto every page, because every time you make a change, you have to go back into it and make a change on every single page. So we're actually going to use JavaScript to produce this, but right now I'm just kind of building it out so that we can see it. Once we get done building it out, I'll be able to actually bring it over to the JavaScript and have the JavaScript generated. So anytime you want to make a change, you just go straight to the JavaScript and actually make your change there instead of having to do it on every single page. All right, so I think for now that's good with the header. So let's start styling this a little bit, and I'm going to, again, it's not something you would typically do, but I'm going to create a new module, and I'm going to call it header. That way we can control all of what we want inside of our header for one place. Whenever you go to build it, you can build, structure out your files however you need them to be structured out. But this will just kind of help with the tutorial so you can see what we're doing. So let's first go with header, and let's make the color of it. Let's see, color, and it's going to be white, and we're going to make it position absolute because we're going to have the like the hero section is going to go behind. And actually, while I'm in here, let me go ahead and change the background color from white for right now, and I'm just going to do primary color so that we can kind of see how it's floating on top of it right now. Okay, so back to our header. So let's do a width of 100%, and because we want it to be in front of everything, I'm just going to go ahead and put it a z-index of 10. And let's do padding 1 rem, so the top and the bottom have padding on it. Also, inside of our styles, we need to make sure anytime we add a new style sheet, we have to import it, or else you won't be able to see the changes. So we can just import our module header, and you can see over here it's starting to update it based on what we're writing inside of this. Okay, so we got our padding here. I'm going to just go ahead and create a logo class. I'm not going to do anything with it right now. I just want it to be in there. And then we want to modify our nav. So our nav, we're going to do justify content, and we're going to make it go right and set it as display flex, because we want to have the logo on the left and the navigation on the right. Okay, so inside of this, we have our UL. Let me decrease that so we can actually see a little bit better with the code. So we're going to have our list style type set to none, so that the list item below it is inherited from there. And I just want to go ahead and take off the margin and the padding, which would normally be handled by a reset, but again, we're not using resets. Okay, so now for the individual list items, we want to display those inline block so that they are beside each other. And then let's have a margin of 0, but then we want to have a margin right of 4 rem. And let's also do position relative, because we are going to be having our sub navigation is going to be position absolute. We want to make sure that it hits the appropriate spot. And I want to increase the font size of this a little bit. Okay, so let's also make it bold. So let's do font weight bold. And we're adding a margin right to everything. I don't want to have a margin right on the last child, which would be the last item on the list. So we're just going to do margin right 0. That way that it lines up with the side of the website rather than lining up with a margin on the right side of it. Okay, so now let's go ahead and style our links. So let's do a color. I'm going to make them kind of semi-transparent white, because I want it to be, when you hover over it, it's full white. Let's say we're going to do display block so that we can control the margin from these. So for the margin, I'm going to do 2.5 rem on the top and the bottom. All right. And actually, I think I'm going to try to zoom out here. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so I zoomed out because it's going to make it easier, because I have the screen condensed. I don't know if you watch any of my other videos, but the screen is condensed. It's not full size like it looks on your screen. It's actually very small on my screen because of the way the recording software works. So I had to zoom out a little bit so you can actually see the way it's supposed to look. All right, so we have a margin, and let's also add a margin top 2 rem just to make it a little bit different there. All right, and let's do one thing I need to do in my general. I believe I have a certain thing for a link. Okay, yes. So let's do, I'll put it below this. So all links, I hate that they are underlined. So we're going to do text decoration, none. Okay, so yeah, I just don't like the underlines. All right, so back to our header CSS. All right, so we have our links. Let's go ahead and set the hover for them and the active. And for this, we're going to have it just be bright white and display block. So now when you hover over them, they turn bright white so you can see that you're hovering over them. So what we need to do now is control the sub navigation a little bit. So in order to do that, let me make sure I have, so we have our sub header here. Is that what I want to call it? Seems a little weird. Let's see, not subheader, submenu. There we go. Okay, submenu. So now inside of our header CSS, inside of the list item, outside of the link, we're going to do submenu. And for right now, I'm going to have the opacity set to 1 so that we can actually see it. But eventually, whenever I start integrating the JavaScript into it, it's going to not be visible until you click or hover over one of the other items. So let's do a position absolute. And let's say top 0, left 0. And let me just go ahead and set up an arbitrary width of 300 pixels for now. And background color, let's just make it white. Okay. And for the actual color, let's make it text color. And we're going to have to change that for the actual links, but we'll do that in just a second. So let's do padding. Actually, let me go ahead and do the link color because I can't see what I'm doing. So let's do link color and make this color text color so that we can actually see what we're doing. Okay. So I think I need to do a Z index here. So Z indexed. Actually, you know what? I don't want to have it be on top of the links. I want to make it go down a little bit. So let's do something like 10 REM for now. And then we can structure it. Okay, so we have our color. Let's go ahead and do the padding since we can see it now. So padding, I want to do 0.5 REM on the top and bottom, 1.5 on the left and right. Okay. And so I want to have a box shadow on it. So inside of my general, I'm going to create another mix-in. It's going to be called box shadow so that we can call it, because I think we're going to be using this mix-in a lot. So mix-in box shadow, and the box shadow I want to have is going to be shadow. So box shadow, let's see, I want to have 8 pixels, 30 pixels, 0 pixels. I'm learning Sass 2. Can you make it more dynamic maybe? What do you mean by more dynamic? Okay, so let's go back to here. So RGBA, we're going to make it 000.15. And then I want to be able to use that box shadow on this. So let's do @include box shadow and see how that looks. Why do I do that? It's not that. There it is. Okay, box shadow. So it gives us a little bit of a box shadow, so it stands out a little bit. Okay. So now, kind of liking the way that looks. So let's start modifying the list items. So li do display block margin left 0.5 REM, and let's do font weight for these, make them normal. All right, that looks good. Okay, so our list items have links. So those links, actually I need to take this and move it up into there. So our links, let's set some margins on them as well. So margin 1 REM and 0. Okay, so that's now they're not as spaced out. Dynamic in the sense that it can be opened on various platforms. I'm still not understanding what you're asking. What do you mean by various platforms? Like outside of VS Code? I mean, I think this should work if you have a compiler. I mean, you can pretty much use anything if you have a compiler. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going, but I'm watching your chat. So just let me know what you mean by on various programs or platforms. Okay, so color, where am I at? Let's see. And hover color. Whenever you hover over it, I want to make it go to color, the primary color, and font weight. Let's make it bold. So now if we hover over it, that looks good. It's a little too quick maybe. So let's add in a transition. So transition, and we're going to do all, let's just make it 0.25 seconds, ease out 0 seconds. There we go. It's a little bit smoother of a transition now. Okay. All right. Let's see what's next. So let's go ahead and add a class. I might have to figure out. I'm gonna move it up or move it down. I gotta figure out once we get done with adding the logo. I want to see how big it is here and see what we need to do. But let's add a class here. So if it's and active, which we will control, we're gonna put opacity of 1, and I want it to move up. So we're gonna do top 6 rem. So over here we have it top 10 rem. So basically what I want to happen is whenever you hover over this, this is going to move up and fade in. So that means I probably also need to do a transition. So I'm just going to copy this transition and I'm going to include it in the submenu itself. Now I can change this to 0. Okay, so now let's do a little bit of a JavaScript. So I'm going to create, let's just call it app.js. So right now I'm just going to create something that allows me to work on the navigation items. So let's do a constant value of nav items equals document dot query selector all, and it is the header nav li, which I need to wrap in single quotes. So li, and then I want to have for nav items dot for each. That's not what I want. For each item. So for each one of those items, I want to make it where if it has a submenu. So let's do let submenu equal item dot query selector, and if it has a list in it, we should have a submenu. So if the submenu exists, we want it to add and remove classes. So we're going to do item dot add event listener mouse enter, and then we want it to add a class to the submenu. So submenu dot class list dot add active. Okay, so with that we can also take this and copy it, and instead of mouse enter we can do mouse leave so that it removes this class. So remove. Down here at the bottom I need to reference this JavaScript. So script source equals /js app.js. Alright, look at that. So the mouse leave is not working. So let's see, remove, not removed. There we go. We got a little transition, a little animation going on here. So yeah, I don't have to move it up now because it's kind of where I want it to be at. Okay, so one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder. It's going to be called image. Off screen, I need to open up this site, and I'm going to copy over some of my images that I have. So give me just a minute. Let's see, where am I looking? HTML site, image. So I have my logo header. I'm going to leave this folder open in the back end. Okay, so now I have my logo header, which is going to be this image up here. So let's go ahead and add this image in. Get back over here, make sure we're all good in the stream. Looks like it. Okay. Well, let me double check that. All right, looks good on my side. All right, so over here, let's include an image reference to this logo. Let's see, where is it at? Here. Okay, I think I'm back on track now. So let's do image source / image logo header PNG, and let's just add an alt tag. So the dev drawer logo. Okay. So right now this, it's obviously not in the position that it needs to be in. So let's continue editing our header CSS. And I'm going to go back and I'm going to try to keep them in order. So outside of the nav, we've already created our logo. So inside of that div, we have an image. So let's do a max width of 100% and then height of 70 pixels. There we go. That'll make it a little bit smaller, so it'll kind of go in line with our navigation. So let's do position absolute top. Let's see, 40%. Let's see what that looks like. All right. And then I want to do transform, because I want it to be centered in the div. So we're going to do transform translate, nothing on the left and right, and then we're going to make it go back 50%. Not 0.50, 50. Not 50, negative 50. There we go. All right, so now it's a little centered inside of that div. All right, so now we have our main URL, or our main logo here. We have the hoverability here. So let's create something else in it. I want to create a header navigation that's going to use those Bootstrap icons that we loaded into it. So let's do something like a subheader. So we're going to do div subheader, and then ul li times, I want to do a phone number, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. So that's 5. So let's do times 5. Okay, so inside of here, clicking. And I'm going to make them hit a blank target. And I class equals bi dash whatever. Okay. So the first one is going to be a Facebook icon. So I think it's going to be Facebook. And if we look through here, the Bootstrap icons, we can do searches. So scroll back to the top, go over here, and let's say we search for Facebook. You can see that it's Facebook. So it's just bi dash whatever they have here. So we have Facebook there. Let's do Twitter here, Instagram, and YouTube. So we have some icons coming, and then this one is not going to be this. I'm just going to put in a fake phone number here, and let's just do till, so that people can actually call. And I want this to be in the front. So go back over here. Java code. Sorry, I just saw your message. Yeah, your English isn't bad. It's just maybe one or two words I'm not understanding what you're meaning by it, but I mean, you're asking questions and I do appreciate that. So hopefully we can come to an understanding and I can answer whatever questions you have. But for right now, I don't know exactly what you mean. I'm assuming it's off of VS Code. If I'm wrong about that, then just let me know. But if it's off VS Code, as long as you have a compiler, you can make it work. Okay, back to our code. We want to create, I need to do a subheader now. So I did call it subheader. So let's go down and I'm just going to shrink these down so they're not taking up all the screen. Okay, so underneath our nav, I'm going to do subheader. And let's do position absolute top 0.5 rem, and let's do right 0 because I want it to line up on the right side of the screen. Okay. Also, let's go ahead and do @include container so that it adheres to that container that we created. So that's the reason why I created that as a mix-in, is because I want to be able to include it in other classes, but also be able to use it as part of the website itself inside of the HTML. Okay, so now we have our container. So let's do this again. So we got our list item. We're going to do list style type none. And let's see, margin 0, padding 0. Now for our list items, we're going to do again the display inline block. Margin right 1 rem. Okay, so it's getting there, and we also need to make sure that we take care of the alignment on the last one. So we'll do that in a second. So let's do font size. We're going to make this one 15 pixels to make it a little bit smaller than the rest of them. Font weight bold. And let's set a line height of 20 pixels. Okay, and let's finally do and last child, and this is going to be margin right 0. All right, so we got that. Let's do our link inside of it to make sure those are colored correctly. So we're going to be using this RGBA again, and 0.75. Cool. And display block so that the entire link is clickable. Put a margin of 0, and let's do our hover and our active, and we're going to make this the same way we did the other one. So color, and we already have display block, we don't need that on there. So now if we hover over these, they highlight. All right, I guess maybe let me add display block here. Okay, it's probably my screen size is making it very weird, but if I do this and reset it, it's gonna look even weirder. So let me just zoom out just about right there. Okay. All right, so that is our header. So let's start working on building out some content for the page. Let's see. I'm not going to be using this for a minute. Let me just close out some of the stuff I'm not going to be using. All right. So I'm going to create a new Sass module, and it's going to be called home SCSS. And I need to remember __, and then also in my styles, I need to add a reference to it. Yeah, close out of that for now, and I'll keep that open. Don't think I'm gonna need this anymore. Okay, so let's close out of that. All right, so we don't need this either. Oh, yes. Java code, the website, once we get to that point, we are going to be creating a module for mobile. In that mobile, we're going to be modifying it to work on tablets as well as phones. The grid that we created earlier is basically setting up like the column structure for mobile, so that part will work, but we're also going to have to do some customizations like, how the header is being handled and stuff like that on a mobile device. So yes, once we get to that point, we're going to create a mobile style sheet specifically for mobile. But yeah, we got a little ways before we get there. Hopefully that answered your question, but thank you. All right, next, let's see here. Let's start adding some content to the site. So once we get outside of our header, let me go ahead and minimize this so I can make sure I'm out of it. So we're inside of our main right now, and I want to create a hero. So we're going to do div class hero, and inside of that is going to be a container. And I think inside of that, I want to make it where the hero is basically just like a introduction, and all the pages will have a hero. You don't necessarily need one, but they'll all be there if you want one. So I'm just going to add in some, not H2, H1. I'm just going to add in some dummy text here. So let's do creative development. And then let's do like a span for our tagline. So I don't know, one line at a time. Okay. So for the hero, we need to style it. Let me see. I'm just going to Google lorem ipsum so I can bring up a site that does that. So sure, this one looks great. Let me just copy some text from here, and we're going to add that as just a paragraph that's underneath it. And then finally, I want to have where there's like usually where you can click down to get to another section. So let's do ahref, and this is going to go to some place that's anchored on this page. Let's do I class bi arrow. I think it's arrow down. So let's see. Arrow, I want to have the circular one that points down, which would be, I think I might have missed it. Where'd it go? Left, right, down, down, down. Okay, so arrow down, circle, fill. So arrow down, circle, fill. And that's going to be an icon. All right, so that's what I'm looking for. And then I just want to have some text underneath it. Let's just make it in a small class, about me. And then I'll just have it go to a section. Let's just call it about me so that we can code that section. So inside of our home, inside of our style sheet, wait, the hero is going to be used in multiple places. So instead of doing it there, let's create another file here. Let's say sections, because there's going to be sections that are repeated. So let me come over here, not over here. Where's it at? Styles. And there's going to be sections that are repeated. So I want to make sure that I don't have to code that multiple times. So sections here. And whenever they are being used, basically we'll just be able to use the same class because it's being called with the general CSS. So hero, let's do text align center. So text align center, let's make the background color primary color, which means I can go into my general and change this back to white. All right, so now we have our hero here. Let's do a min height of 70 vertical height. And I want to do a background gradient instead of just the background color. So let's do background, and I'm going to use this as a fallback. So background here. Java code. Have you ever had trouble creating a website because all tutorial resources use English? I natively speak English, so no. I mean, I've been doing this for, I don't know, since the internet became a thing. So I've been around doing it for a while, so I don't have any issues now. Maybe whenever I was learning, I was trying to figure out as I went, and I don't think YouTube was even really a thing back then. So I just kind of had to read books and stuff to kind of figure out how to do it. And I think that was whenever it was like XHTML, whenever I first started, or maybe even before that, like HTML2 or something. I can't remember. Unfortunately, yeah, I would say most of your tutorials are going to be in English. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that one. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, I can see where that would be difficult. Okay, so let's do a linear gradient. So linear gradient, and let's do to bottom to make it go down, and let me minimize this. So to bottom, and I want to do primary, so primary color at 0%, and then I'm going to use a sass function darken, and I'm going to darken the primary color by, let's say, like 35%, and then I want that to be at 100%. Yeah, there we go. So you have a gradient look now. Okay, also I want to have, I don't want it to just be like a straight section right here. Here, let me zoom in just a little bit. So zoom 90, sure, that'll work. So I don't want it to be just a straight bottom at the bottom, so I'm going to do a clip path. So we're going to do clip path, and then we can kind of use this clip path through the rest of the website as well, but not exactly the same. We're going to create a polygon, which is basically just going to angle it up a little bit to the right. So let's do 100% 0, then 100% 90, and then 0, 100%. That should give us a angle, or not. See, clip path, polygon, 0, 0, 100%, 0. Oh, it needs to be 90%. There we go. Just gives us a little bit of an angle, so that way it's just not a flat website. Okay, so inside of this hero we have an H1. So let's take this H1 and actually make it nice. I want to center this too. So let's see, how am I going to center this? Let's go ahead and create a div. So let's do div class, no, div center div. Sure, that sounds good. And I'm going to create a class that centers all of this, so that way it's not sitting behind the rest of it. Where do I want to create it at? Let's go to our general, go down a little bit here, and we're going to do position absolute. I'm going to be centering it. Java code, you're funny. So, well, I don't know what to say to that, but I'm glad I made you laugh. Okay. So back to the work. Position top, we're going to do 40%. Wow, we've been doing this thing for an hour already. Let's see, 50%. And then let's do the transform, translate again. This time we're going to be transforming, translating both of them. So 50% and then negative 50%. Let's say a width of 100%. And This needs to be 50%. There we go. That looks better. Actually, I think it's a little too much wordy. Too wordy. Let's decrease the words a little bit. Yeah, that looks great. Okay, so now let's move on with actually building out the H1 and all this kind of stuff. All right, so we're going to do width 100%. Let's just make the color white because the background's always going to be this transitional color. Let's definitely increase the font size. Let's try 5.5 rem. Wow, that's huge. So font weight, bolder, margin, bottom, 1 rem. Okay, 5.5 looks weird. 2.5 is too small. 3.5. Okay, I know what I'm doing. 5.5, and then we have that span in there, which is going to be its own little thing. So let's do span here, and let's do color. Let's make it lighten our primary color a little bit. So primary color, let's say like 25%. Okay, that looks good. Now let's control this. So font size, and let's just say 3.5 here. Line height, let's make it 3. Font style, and I also want it to, let's do display block, so it's not all in one place. Ah, that looks much better. So I think that's a little too big, so let's go with maybe a 5 here. 4.5. Okay, that should be big enough. I'm just reading your comment, Java. So while I'm doing this, can you tell me about your name a little bit? Do you mainly do Java coding, or is that just something you came up with for YouTube? All right, while he's doing that, let's go down a little bit more. So we have our p tag now. Let's set the color here as white. Let's see, we got a link. Let's make it display block. Margin top 8 vertical height, because I want that little link to go down a little bit. And then let's also style the icon by making the font size, let's say like 3 rem, and then let's make it white. All right, that looks pretty clean. Okay. Oh, okay. I got you. What, so nice to meet you, Anwar. What does your YouTube name mean? Do you do Java like for iOS or Android, or do you just do Java by itself? Like, are you a Java programmer? All right, let's see. What am I doing now? I lost my train of thought. Hero. All right, let me see. I want to do. So I want to have these things different sized. So on the other pages, I want to have them 70 vertical height. On the home page, which is one of the reasons I told you we should use a home class. So home hero, I want it to be min height 100 vertical height. So it pushes it all the way down. That's cool. So whenever you click on the about page, it's going to be 70. On the home page, because I'm going to do something pretty cool down here with some boxes, I want it to be a little more lower down. Okay, so now let's go back to our index.html, and over here I want to create, let's see, inside of the hero section, outside of it, I want to create some boxes. So I'm just going to call this class below hero. I think the only place it's going to be used is on the home page, but we'll see. I might use it some other places for some other things. So I might put it in the general or the sections instead of just putting it at home. Let me go back up. Hero. I need to take this. Forgot where it was for a second. Okay, well, that's good, Java. But being a programmer is fun. I've been doing it for many years. It's fun. Okay, back over here. So below the hero, I want to create some CTAs. So let's style the CTAs, and then we'll duplicate them, and then we'll kind of make them look a little cooler. So let's do div hero CTA. And then inside of this, we're going to need to center the content. So let's do div content. And inside of this content, we're going to do an icon. So div icon. And this is going to be I class BI whatever. And then we're going to need to have an H2. So it's going to be the title here. And then let's just throw in some lorem ipsum again. So I'm just going to copy the lorem ipsum I have. It's going to have a little bit of text. And then we're going to have a button underneath it where they can learn more about whatever this is. So let's do class btn. And let's say learn more, and I want to have an icon on that. So let me scroll down a little bit since we're down here now. So learn more I class equals, let's have the same thing that we had above, but make it go to the right. So instead of the down, we're going to make this one, I think, point to the right. Okay, so yeah, that'll work. I think all of our buttons are going to have that thing where it points off. So let's style these a little bit. Let's say I want to go ahead and just throw in an icon here. So I'm just going to do BI. Let's go over here to, I don't know, let me just find something. Airplane, something that can take off. Yeah, airplane. Okay. Okay, so now we have a icon of an airplane taking off, which would signify something. But for right now, let's create these hero CTA layouts. So I'm going to go back to, where do I want to have this at? Let's put it in sections. So we got our hero here. I think I'm going to reuse this. That's why I'm keeping it out. So below hero, scroll down again. Let's do position relative, because the positioning on this, it's going to make it scroll up and down every time. All right, so let me just move that up a little bit so we can actually see what we're working on here. Okay, so every time my page reloads, it's going to scroll back to the top, which is unfortunate, but we'll get that in a minute. Okay, so for this div, we want it to float over this line. So let's do top negative 15 vertical height. That way it floats over that little division, because we're going to have these boxes that are stacked on top of each other. So we're not on top of each other, but beside each other. So let's do display. And once we get done with the home page, the other pages are pretty much copy and paste. So this whole section is going to be probably the longest part of the video. Okay, so flex. And then we want to include our container, which I need to include it. And that way that it's centered where it needs to go. And then we called this thing a hero CTA. So this hero CTA, we're going to have 4 of them. So let's do a flex 1, 0. We want the width of them to be 25%. minus 4 rem because we're going to put some padding on each side of it. Let's see, margin, and we're going to do 0.5 rem. And then padding, 1 rem. Okay, so now let's do background color, and let's just make it white. Okay, cool. Why isn't this working? Why isn't my calculate? Okay, well it says that it's... Oh, okay, that's because I only have one of them on there. Okay, well I'll add some more. Let me just style this for now. Okay, so we have where are we at? Hero CTA. So we're going to do text align center. Center. Okay. And then let's give it a border radius. And let's just make it like 20 pixels. That's cool. They're going to be containing some information. So let's give it a min height of, let's say something like 250 pixels. And position is going to be relative because we are going to have that button, that learn more button isn't going to be there until you hover. So it's going to kind of float in. So whenever it floats in, we need to have it absolute positioned. Okay, let's see. So let's go ahead and include our box shadow. I think that'll look pretty good on this box. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so inside of this, we have this content class. The content is going to be what helps us center it. So let's do width 80%, so it's not sticking up the whole thing. Position is going to be absolute left 50%, top 50%. That way that we're just centering this div again. And then transform, translate. Java. So yes, I can. So you need to, I don't know the specific what they mean, but pixels are more like hard coded, whereas rims are more like you set a pixel, you know, like font size, for example. You would set it to 16 pixels, and then a rim would be 16 pixels times whatever you're trying to do. Like, so one rim would be 16 pixels, 2 rims would be 32 pixels. So it's easier to kind of manage. You have your default, and then you have the ability to expand or decrease it. Okay, let's see. What am I doing? Again, translate. Let's see, negative 50% and negative 50%. Cool, cool. Okay. So inside of this, we have an H2. I'm going to do font size 1.25 rem, which would make the font size 16 plus a quarter to go up a little bit more. And then font weight bold. Okay, so our title here is going to be the H2. So let's go ahead and do something for our icon. So border radius, let's say 50% because I'm gonna add a background to it. Why do I keep doing that? 50%. We'll add a background to that. So let's do background color, and I want it to be the primary color, which means I also need to have the color of it white. But I will get to that whenever I get to the icon. Okay, so let's go ahead and set a height of 50 pixels and a width of 50 pixels. Then make it position relative so that we can actually move it over. So let's do margin 1 rem auto. And then padding, let's see, 0.5. Okay, so that's cool. Now let's actually control the icon that's on the inside of it. So this one's going to be a position absolute. So I'm just going to copy this because we need the exact same thing. So position absolute, top left 50%, translate 50% both sides. So it centers it, and then we're going to do font size 1.5, rem, and color, make it white. Perfect. Okay, so now let's actually come back over here and we can create some more of these. So I think I want to have, let's see how many we can fit on there. I think we can probably fit 4 comfortably. So 2, 3, 4. Cool. Okay, so I also want to make it a little bit different. So let me change up the titles here. So let's say something ready for takeoff. Hey Rakib. Sorry, I just saw your message. Hello, welcome to the stream, welcome to the channel. If you like things like this, go subscribe for me because I'm coming close to 100 videos now. So welcome. Okay, so let's say ready for takeoff. Let's also say, I don't know, I got 20 years experience. So over 20 years. And sometimes I do it, but bug-free code. And then finally, let's say leading results. And I'm going to zoom out a little bit more so that those aren't wrapped, because they wouldn't be wrapped if the screen wasn't compressed. Okay, so we got this, this, and this. I want to add where some of them are offset. So for our first one, let's add a class to it called top. Skip the second one, go to the third one and say top. So inside of this sections, we are going to do a top. So let's go back up here to, where's it at? Hero CTA. Then here we're going to do this and top. And let's say top -50 pixels, which should make them offset. So that's pretty cool. All right. Let's go down now. What I want to happen is whenever you hover over it, we'll worry about that in a second. Let's go down and style this learn more. So down here we do btn, because that's a class that we called it. I'm going to keep it visible right now, but I'm going to make that visibility hidden whenever we get done. So let's do width, calculate 100% -3 rem, and the color, this is going to be using our secondary color. Position absolute, and top, we're going to make it 110%, so it's just barely off of the edge down below it. Then let's do left 0. Oh wow, thank you for staying up so late, Java. I will have the full video hopefully on my channel tomorrow, so thanks for joining me. Okay, let's see, we're going to do text align left and padding right 1.5 rem, because I want to have that icon. It's going to kind of wrap around it a little bit. Why isn't that thing getting pushed down where I want it to? Position absolute top 110 is what I'm looking for. Okay. And let's go ahead and add a transition to this as well. So transition, let's do all 0.5 seconds. No, not 0.5. Let's do 0.05. I want to make it kind of quick. And then make this one linear. Let's see. Okay, so now we have where we're going to create a hover event that's going to show this, but it's going to make it look a little bit better. Okay, let's see. So visible. So we got it visible right now. I want to create some JavaScript functionality for this. So let's go outside of this, go to our main, and we're going to do and active to make it where it does stuff. So background color is going to be the primary color, and the color itself is going to be white. So inside of this, we also need to also control the icon. So the background color for the icon is going to be white, and then the actual icon itself, we're going to make it primary as well. So whenever someone hovers over this, it will it'll show the primary color for the icon in the inverse. Okay, so now we have our icon. Let's do btn, and then visibility is going to be visible, and we're going to make it where it moves up. So we're going to do top 105%, so it's going to move up slightly but still hang off of it. And then and hover, the background color will be white. Why is that not? It's not looking exactly the way I wanted it to. Oh, there is no background color here. Let's see. So we have the background color is white. Okay. I think inside of our general CSS, we need to create a class for the buttons themselves. So let's do btn, because the buttons are going to be used throughout the website. So I'm just going to create a class. So margin right, auto, border, radius 10 pixels. Background color, let's make that white. All right, so that looks a little bit better. So now we're getting there. I forgot I had to create the button itself. Okay, so we got 1.5 padding. Let's do padding top 0. And let me include the box shadow, so we can actually see the button a little clearer. Okay, so we got padding top 0. The default color, I'm going to make it be the text color. Where did I go? Here. Okay, so the default color is going to be that color. Now, let's see, position relative. I'm just trying to style it so it looks a little bit better there, that I can use it through the rest of the website. Okay, so now we have, let's do a line height of 3.5 rem. And then height, let's make it 33 pixels. There we go. So it centers it a little bit inside of that button. And then let's do padding right 4 rem. All right, and then we got our box shadow. Now let's do something for the icon. So the icon is going to be font size 2.5 rem, so pretty big. Position is going to be relative. Text align equals center. We're going to display it inline block. And let's see, margin left, let's do 14 pixels. Position absolute. Let me get rid of this position relative. Let's do position absolute so it actually moves it over. And we're going to do right 0.5 rem, and top will be none. Okay, so the buttons, they look much better than they did. So I'm going to come back over here and change that to 100 so we can kind of see what it looks like. So whenever they first get on the website, you can see that it's there's something you can scroll down to, or you click on this, it's going to scroll down to the next section. Now what I want to do is whenever you hover over this, it's going to add an active class to it, which is going to show this button, as well as invert the colors on this. So let me go to my JavaScript, and while I am here for the sections, I'm going to make the button not visible, so hidden. So whenever it first loads, it's hidden. Okay, so what I want to do inside of the JavaScript is to handle the hero CTAs. So let me minimize that. We're going to do const, let's call it hero CTA items equals document dot query selector all hero CTA. So now we have that. So we're going to check and make sure it exists first. So if hero CTA items dot length is greater than 0, let's run this code. So hero CTA items dot for each item, and I'm using the shorthand functions. So for each item, we want to do add an event listener to them. So add event listener, and this is going to be a click, right? Click. We'll see when we get there. Function, and this function is no, not a click. I want to do it on mouse enter. And then we're just going to do item dot class list dot add active. So it's kind of the same way we have above there. And then let's also do mouse leave. And let me see, mouse enter, and then we're going to remove. So now if we come over here, okay, that's pretty cool. It's very fast, but everything's kind of working. Let me see, inside of our sections, is there anything that we need to do to slow it down a little bit? Let's see, our hero CTA. Let's add a transition here. So let's do transition, transition. So let's do a transition all 0.25 seconds, ease out 0 seconds. Okay, that's better. It's not so glitchy looking. And then we hover over this, it'll bring us to whatever we're trying to do. Okay, so let's go down. We got all of this working so far. So we got a little bit of animations inside of it. So let's do some general content for the homepage so we can move on to developing some other stuff. So I have this right here. It's going to about me. So I'm going to create that section about me. So let me go ahead and minimize this and this so I can make sure that I'm going into a new section. So we're going to do section class equals about me, and then ID equals about me. So inside of this section, I'm going to use the grid system that we created so we can have a left and a right. So let's do div container, because we want everything to be inside of this container. Then we're going to do div row, and let me do div dot column md6 column lg. I mean, we could probably just do the one. Yeah, let's just do the one for now. So md6, whatever. Let's just do column lg6. Okay, so inside of this, I'm going to add an image. So let's go ahead and do image. Actually, you know what? Let's do image here. And then I'm going to copy this, and we're going to paste this to do h2. And I want the h2s, even though they set preference in the website, I want to make it a little bit smaller than the rest of it. So let's do about me, and then let's do an h3, which is going to be a little bit bigger. So let's say custom code built for your custom project. Okay, so we have our columns working the way they're expected to. I'm going to copy and paste some lorem ipsum. So let me just grab all of this from here and go over here and just paste it in. And then let's add a button. So let's do href, and then we're going to make this go to about HTML. So let's add the class equals btn. I'm going to create another class. Let's do btn secondary, which kind of uses our secondary styling. So we got secondary here, and again, this isn't, I mean, it's styled like Bootstrap, but it's not actually using Bootstrap. It's using the custom grid system that we built. So everything else is completely built inside of this project. So if you're interested in it, I have some other tutorials that I've done in the past that show you how to build out your own grid system, your own Bootstrap system essentially. So I took the grid from that and recreated it at the very beginning of this stream. Okay, so learn more. I want to add this button class again, so it's going to be bi arrow right circle fill, and that is there. So the button actually doesn't look too bad how it is right now, but I want to create a different kind of button. So inside of our general Sass, we're going to come over here and create, I'm going to go ahead and create one for btn primary and another for btn secondary. So for right now, since we have btn secondary displayed, let's do background color equals secondary color, and then make the color itself white. Border, let's have none for the border, and on hover, we want the background color to be the, let's see, secondary color hover. So if we scroll down here, okay, that looks great. Okay, thanks Blazor, good to see you back. It's getting there. We're still working on just building out the home page. Once we build out the home page, the rest of the site's going to come together pretty quickly. But yeah, I mean, it's getting there. So just stay tuned, or ask some questions. Do you have any questions? I know you were gone for a little bit, so just let me know if you have any questions. Okay, so I'm going to copy over this into our primary, and inside of that, I want to just change it around from secondary color to primary color, so we have this button to use as well. So primary color, secondary color. Do we have, we don't have a hover for the regular button. So hover. Oh, my typing just got bad. Okay, hover. And I think the only thing that we need to do is just take this and the background color. The background is just going to be text color, the variable text color. Okay, so that one's cool. Let's see what it looks like if we don't have this class on it, or if we change it to, okay, so it didn't change anything there. What did I do? And hover, there we go. So white button turns black. Okay, so what if we change this to, instead of secondary, let's see what the primary button looks like. Primary looks good. Okay, so let's revert it back to secondary, because I want the secondary buttons or secondary colors to be like a, you know, for the calls to action, whereas the blue color is going to be for other, you know, elements on the site. Okay, so I'm using a website called Undraw for these illustrations, just because I don't have the time to do the illustrations myself. But this would, you know, I don't have any affiliation or anything with this at all. Sorry, something just fell down behind me. But what's pretty cool is you have these SVGs that you can download. So I'm going to take, there's a way that you can change the color of them. So I'm going to take my primary color and I'm just going to switch that out here. So I have these potential images that are now using the color that I want. And hold on just a second, I gotta go check what fell in my house. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. I have a desk that I had laying over and it slid down the wall. Anyway, back to where we were. So I want to create a image. I'm going to just copy and paste. I already have some images that I have out there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste them. They're just images that I found from Undraw, and you can customize it. But I'm just going to copy and paste the images that I have so I can use them to speed it up a little bit so I don't have to look for them. Okay, so this is going to be the first one. It's going to be the About Me image. So let's come over here and do image source. So we're going to do image About Me SVG with an alt tag of About Me. Okay. All right. So one thing I need to do inside of, I want to say it's the general, maybe. Let me look through my code. Yep. So in general, I'm going to come down here, and for .row, this is kind of like replicating image fluid. So I'm just going to be doing that. So we're going to do max width. I'm just going to set it to 90%. That way it actually fits inside of it. Margin 0 auto, and display block, so it's centered inside of this. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Now I think I'm done. No, I'm not done with any of that yet. I think I need to create a new, let's see. No, we already have our home here. So let's do, actually I could probably bring that down a little bit inside of the home. So I have this class called About Me, which is this About Me section. And what I want to do inside of that is just modify the H2 and H1. So let's do font size for the H2 is going to be 1.25 rem. Let's do text transform. We're going to make it uppercase, and we're going to center it. Are we going to center it? No, we are not going to center it. I don't want to center it. Okay, so now let's do the H3, which we're going to make it a little bit bigger. So we're going to do font size, and we're just going to make it just a little bigger. Okay, so it kind of gives it a little bit more of a dynamic look. And okay, so that's looking good. There's a lot of spacing there. So let's go to our general, and over here I'm going to do, I like to remove the margin and padding from my headers. Okay, that's a little bit better. I think that might be a little too big, so let's try 2. See what that looks like. 2.25. Okay, that's better. I like that. Let's go back over here, and this is a header, so I need to have all the words capitalized. All right. So while I am doing this, what do y'all think of the live stream so far? Am I going too fast? Am I going slow? Are you learning anything? Because this is my first time doing a live stream, so I don't have very many viewers on, but hopefully I would like to increase that. So is there anything that I should be doing differently? Just let me know in the comments. Okay, so let's keep going. And inside of the index HTML, we have the About Me section. I think that looks pretty good, so I can go ahead and decrease that. And inside of this, I want to create like some dummy brands that this agency that we're building may have worked with. So let's do another section. So we're going to do section class, let's just call it brands, and div container, let's see, div row, and then I want to have a few different columns here. So let's do div column 3, and how many do I want to have? 7 sounds like a roundabout number. Okay. I have some brands that I'm just going to copy that I've already downloaded. It's like Nike and all these other kind of companies. I don't have anything to do with these companies. I'm just using them for just the purpose of creating a project that you can go in there and modify. But yeah, so don't think I worked with any of these. I may have, you don't know, but most likely not. Anyway, let's see. We're gonna do image, brands, and I think the first one's like Nike. Okay, there we go. So that's working. Let me just copy just a few of these down so we can get okay. So we need to modify this, but let me get all the brands inside of it worked out. Let's see. Seahawks, if you're familiar with football or American football. Adidas. I just picked out some that have like colors on them because we're going to do something with the colors of them. So I just picked out a bunch of logos that had pretty different colors. Okay, so Starbucks. Let's try Samsung. And finally, Taco Bell. All right, cool. So there's some pretty unique looking colors. Now, so the column 3 is going to be on mobile devices. What I want to do is have it not on just mobile. So let's do column MD2 here. All right, that's good. And some of these logos are bigger than the other ones, so I'm going to change them. And this one right here, I don't necessarily want it displayed at all on mobile, so I'm going to do hidden MD down. So right now it'll display, but it won't display whenever we actually look at the mobile side. So let's do column MD1 here, not MS, MD. Okay, and then so for this one, let's do column MD1. Now let's do this one too, because that's a pretty small logo. Okay, and then the next one, let's do column MD2 down. Okay, so Starbucks. Then okay, Samsung, column MD. Let's do column MD2 for this one because it's already kind of small. And then Adidas. Let me just verify. So Adidas is 1. Seahawks is hidden. Subway. I want to make this one hidden. So let's take this from here and put it there. And Subway, let's see, column MD2. So for Starbucks, I'm going to do column MD1 and then hidden MD down. So it makes it a little bit smaller as well. Let's see. So I'm just trying to get all the the logos to kind of look good where they're at. So finally the Taco Bell one, let's keep that one up and then column MD2. Okay, so now they're all kind of different places, which makes it look a little wonky. So let's go and control that a little bit. Inside of our home style sheet. No, wait, you know what? I'm probably going to use these logos elsewhere. So I'm going to put it inside of the sections style sheet. And let me see what I'm trying to do here. Brands, okay. So below hero, let me get rid of that. All right, let's do brands because the overall class of it should be brands. Okay. So inside of our brands, let's do margin 10 rem 0 to give them a little bit of space in between. Okay. And then our div, we're going to set this as position relative, because the div that is around the icons, I'm gonna have to make the other ones in order to make them line up with each other. They're gonna have to be absolutely positioned using what I've been doing previously. So this is going to just give us the ability to position them absolutely. Okay, so for initial, I want to do a filter brightness, and the brightness is going to be 0. And then I want to do invert 0, so it's going to make them black. But I don't want them to be completely black, so I'm going to give them an opacity of like 0.25 so that they're a little bit gray. And then let's say max width, I want it to be 80% inside of there. Okay. And then let's do the position is going to be absolute. Top is going to be 0. Bottom is going to be 0, left 0, and this is how I'm going to make all of these images line up with each other. So let's do now margin auto. So now all of the images are centered based on like the center point of the image, and I want to do a hover, so we're going to do and hover, and I'm just going to take this filter and we're going to remove it. So we're going to do filter none and then set the opacity to 1. And let's also add a transition because I don't like the transition. I want it to kind of fade in. So let's do a transition all 0.25 seconds ease in out with the 0. Okay, so now it kind of fades in a little bit. Okay, cool. So now we have these brands, and we can reuse these brands whenever we're getting to other pages and we would just want to have the brands displayed. So far so good. Let's see. What else do I want to do on this page? How about we create a services section? So let's do this. So that way you can kind of get like a glimpse of the services. So let's do section, and let's do class services section. Sure. My naming scheme is really weird today. Anyway, let's do div container, and then I want to do h2, and let's say my services. Okay. And then let's see, h3, how can I help you? Okay, so now I want to create this div called services, and then inside of it, it's going to have another div called service, which will then have a div called content. And that'll all make sense in just a second. So we got services, service, content. Inside of this content, we will want to have an icon. So let's do div.icon with an I in the middle. And then this class is going to be equal to something. So let's say like by code. All right. Let's also put in like an H2, and let's say website development. Let me grab some lorem ipsum here. So let's just take this, paste there. All right, so now we have this little section. So let's start styling it. I believe I think I'm only going to have this on the home page, so I'm just going to add it to home. So the about me hero. All right, so let's do services section, which is the overall section, and then our H2, let's first size it. So we're going to kind of keep what we were doing with the other one, so it's going to be a little bit smaller than the H3 that's below it. So we're going to do uppercase and then text align center. And I want to do kind of the same thing for my H3. And the font size on this one is just going to be 3 rem. I'm probably going to have to change that to whatever I changed it to for the other one. So let's see, sections, home, about me, so 1.25 and 2.25. That way they kind of match each other. All right, so now we got that. Now let's do for the services, I want to have it where it's like, it has like this kind of gradient background behind it. And then whenever you hover over each individual item, it kind of turns white. So let's start coding that. So let's do margin, just add a little bit of margin above it and below it. Let's do display flex, because we're going to have these containers on the inside of it. Flex wrap, the background, and actually I think for the sections hero, I'm going to take this and reuse it. So here. All right, that looks good. It'll look better when it gets bigger. Okay, so now let's go ahead and put in a border radius of 5 pixels. Don't want to have too much on it. Okay, cool. So now let's go ahead and do an include box shadow. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working on the service part of it. So inside of the service, we want to have it where it flexes 1, 0, calculate 33% minus 4 REM. So each one of these service sections are going to use flexbox to be 3 on each row. Okay, so padding, do 1 rem, text align. Let's go ahead and make it centered. Let's go ahead and set a min height on these of 250 pixels. Min height 250 pixels. Let's do position relative because the part inside of it, the content, is going to be centered. So I want it to be where you hover over it. So we're going to add a transition to it, and that transition is going to be all 0.25 seconds, kind of like the other one that I did. So ease out 0 seconds. And then we're going to make this color white. And let's go ahead and add a border of 1 pixel solid RGBA. We're going to make it very, very, very light white. All right, so now we have a border that goes around these. And again, it's stretched all the way across because we only have one of them. But once we get this one looking the way we want it to, we can just copy and paste. Let's see. The content, I could probably come over to below hero, and I'm just going to copy our left, right, and transform. So let's go back over to our home, and it's going to be centered. And let's set it with a width of 80%. All right, so now we got our H2. Font size, kind of like our other one, so 1.25 rem. And let's make it bold. All right, so now let's do our icon class. Height of 50 pixels, width of 50 pixels. So y'all are just watching me do the code. Do y'all have any questions? Java code was, the user Java code was very active in the chat. So if y'all have any questions while I'm doing it, or you need me to slow down, or you're wanting to know why I'm doing something, please, by all means, put something in the chat, and I'll answer it while I'm working. So now's the time to ask any questions you've ever had while I was working on any of the projects you've ever watched. Okay, so I'm gonna get back to this. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm watching the chat as it goes. Okay, so we got content. That's not what I wanted. Height, width, 50. Why did I do that? Oh, I'm in the icon, that's why. Position relative. Let's see, margin 1 REM auto. And padding, let's just put 5 REM. Okay, and then the actual icon itself, let's do position, absolute, top left, transform. So I'll just copy and paste that down again. Let's see. Okay, so content, after we get outside of the content, let's do and hover, and we're going to change the background color to white, and the color is going to be text color. Cool. All right. And then icon I'm going to set this color as primary color. All right, so let's add in, feels like I'm missing something here. Service. Let me see if I can just, 3 services. I don't think I'm missing anything. That's kind of what I wanted. All right, so let's just keep going. 3 more. All right, well, that's what I wanted, but it's not centering. It's not centering the content. Why is it not centering the content? So let me inspect it and see what is it doing. I bet. No, it's position relative, so why is it not centering? Am I missing a height or something? So content 80%, position absolute left 50, 50, negative 50, negative 50. That's all right. Let's see, flex, that's fine. Padding, min height 250, relative. I don't know, maybe it is centered and I'm just looking at it weird. It doesn't look like it's centered to me. It's too tall. Okay, I'll have to come back to that. It might be the icon itself that's throwing me off. So, wait. Content. Oh, well, that would help. I don't have the content inside of the content. That makes more sense. So now if I paste this, there we go. Now it's actually centered. Blazer, yes, does translate 50%, negative 50%, negative 50%. Yes, it does. As you can see here, it's actually centering it inside of the div. I just put it in the wrong place. So let me adjust this, and then I'll answer your question with the CSS. I'm just going to copy and paste all of these since they're all the same. So there. Well, that makes sense why the content was working. It just wasn't working. Okay, so now to your question. Inside of this, so whenever you go to use the transform translate, essentially what you're doing is you're giving this box here a relative position, and then the content inside of it an absolute position. And you can do this pretty much anytime you run into this situation. And then you're telling it that this content, you want it to be pushed down 50% and pushed to the left 50%. And then you use this transform translate, which then takes it and takes the 50% that you moved it over, and it moves it over 50% of that to the left and 50% of that up, which means that you're essentially doing 25% into the corner. So hopefully that helps you. But yeah, basically all of this in combination, so this entire section here in combination creates the centered effect that we have here. Okay, so keep on asking questions. Why is my icon not, why is it not listening? 50-50, maybe I need to do font size, let's say 3 rem. That's a little better. Also, one more thing, Blazor, with this translate, you can change some of this stuff. Like, for example, I'm not liking how it looks like it's much closer to the bottom than it is to the top because it's so content heavy on the bottom. You can come over here and say that you want to have 40% pushed down from the top. And you see how it moves it up. So 40% is a little too much, so let's do 45%. So it's going to make it just a little bit top heavy compared to the bottom. And, you know, this is actually where it's less space here than it is here, but because it's so content heavy, it looks like it's actually centered. Okay, So I'm not going to change the text on these. If you wanted to change them, you can change the HTML or whatever. I'm going to keep going because I've been doing this for an hour and a half already. So I got like an hour left in me. So I need to finish this up. Okay, so now I want to do a pricing table. Pricing table is pretty cool on this. So let's come down here and let's do section class equals pricing. And all right, so section class pricing. Inside of this, I want to have just like 3 columns that'll display the pricing. So let's see, first thing I'm gonna do is div class container and text center. And I need to actually create that text center. So over here, let's do underneath our button, center div, let's do text center. It's going to be text align center. Okay. So now we have where I can put in a title and have it centered. I don't know why I didn't do that in the first part. Anyway, let's do H2, and it's going to be choose your plan, and H3 flexible pricing plans. So you know what? I'm going to, let's see, div text center. Because I think I have this hard coded in there. And I want to make it where the H2s and H3s are actually a little bit better. So if I go to, let's see, is it home? It is H2, H3. I'm just going to take this. I'm going to get it out of here. So let's see, about me. Wait, I don't need that to be text centered. Anyway, let's go to our general, and I'm going to put it right underneath this so that they're always the same. And let me go back over here and get rid of this because I don't need it there. I need it here. So my services here. So let's do div text center and then wrap this in that div here. Then I should be able to, let's see, that's the service section inside of home. Service section, we don't need this anymore. So that way I don't have to keep recreating this same style over and over again. So that's good. All right, so got that fixed. I just tried out the transform, translate -50 with some other properties in the test page, and it worked. Yep, that is a that is something that I found a long time ago that I pretty much use on every project because it just makes centering a div inside of a div so easy. Like it's yeah, that's something, just like keep a note of it somewhere, because if you ever need to center divs, it works almost every single time. Okay, so let's go down a little bit more. So we're getting to our flexible pricing plans. So let me minimize this. Okay, so now I want to create a pricing table. Actually, you know what? Just to take up some space, I'm going to add in some dummy text here. Dummy text looks good. Okay, so we can get outside of this container. And let's do div pricing table, and then I want to create div price, and then div content, and then let's see, div icon. So price content icon, and then inside of this I want to do I class, I don't know, there's some Bootstrap icons for numbers. So if we just type in 1, I'm gonna do a 1 circle. So let's do class bi one circle. Okay, so now we have our one circle. Oh, you're welcome, Blazor. I'm glad it helped. Okay, so now we have our one circle. Let's add in some other information, and then we can style it. So let's say h2, and this is going to be, we want to have the $sign a little bit smaller than the rest of it, and let's say it's just like a, I don't know, $75, and then this is going to be like a monthly package. So monthly, and then we want to split the monthly package, the pricing above, so we're going to add an HR there, and then let's do a UL, LI, I don't know, let's just add like 3 things in it. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. LI times 3. And let's see, website design. The next part of this is, let's say we'll design it for 2100 keywords and one-way link building. Let's go ahead and throw in another one in there just so I have something to put in the other packages. So one-way link building, and let's say 2 free press releases. Okay. So now we have that. At the bottom of it, I want to put in a button. So let's do ahref equals, and we're just going to make this link to the contact page. So contact HTML, all of them are going to link to the contact page. Let's do class equals btn. Learn more, and then we're going to do our icon class equals bi arrow right, and that should be it. Okay, so now let's style this one, and then we can let's see, style it, and then we can move on to the next part. So I think I want to add it to, no, it's going to have to be a section because we're going to be using pricing in a few different places as well. So we got our brands, so let's add pricing, margin 10, vertical height 0, margin up, margin bottom 0. Now, I want to make this have a little bit of space below it. Okay, so let's start on the, let's do H2, let's do font size 1.25 rem. Actually, you know what? I already have that. I don't know why I just did that. H2, H3, we're already doing that. So, do I need to wrap these in? Yeah, let's do it. Div text center. Okay. All right, so let's go back over here. We don't need to do our H2, H3 because we already did that. So let's do pricing dash table, and it's going to be position relative display flex and flex wrap. Let's do margin top 10 vertical height. So that'll give us a little bit of space between our columns here and our text. Let's do at include container. Wish this thing would stay where I was. Okay. So now let's style each individual section, and then we'll just copy and paste it. So content, we're going to do width. Set it up as like 85%. All right, and then margin 0 auto. And inside of this, we're going to style our H2. Let's see, font size Let's see, 2.25 REM. All right, stay down where I'm at. It keeps moving up. That is a good point, Ivan. I didn't include it in there because I just downloaded them off the internet. But yes, you are absolutely right. They should have sizing on them. Let's see. So I actually don't know what the size. I think they're all the same size. I think maybe. So let's see. This is 500 by 281. So I'll go ahead and do that since you mentioned it. Let's see. So width is going to be 500. And height equals 281 pixels. I did that backwards, didn't I? Oh, 500 by 281. What? Why is it? Let's see. I have the images display black. I think I need to change this to width. And probably need to set a height. Oh. Let's see. All right, so let me go change that real quick. All right, cool. I think the other ones are the same size. Let me just verify with the next one. 5313. Well, not completely. All right, so let's see. Get this one. And 313. And while I'm at it, I'll go ahead and change this. All right, so the next one is Adidas 332. Could have sworn these things were the same size, but I guess it makes sense. And let's see, Subway. $278. Starbucks. $417. Well, at least they're all the same width. All right, $417. Starbucks. Samsung. $281. Hey, that one doesn't have to change. And finally, Taco Bell. $313. All right, so good. That definitely helps. Thank you for that, Ivan. Okay, so going back down to the pricing tables. All right, so pricing tables, we want to have a big dollar, small monthly. So let's do font, weight, bolder. I need to do that here too, don't I? Keeps flashing. I think that's my issue with it pushing down on the screen. see, 583, 530. Okay. Pricing. Back to this. Okay, let's see. And then let's set the color as a primary color. And we have that span, which is the $sign. I just want to make it a little bit smaller. So we're going to do font size 1.25 rem. There we go. So looks good. But let's do font weight normal and position. Not static, relative. And top, I think we could probably do -1 rem. Let's see how that looks. Perfect. Okay, let's see. Let's do the H3 now. So H3. And this is taking a little bit longer than I thought it would. I'm glad y'all stayed in there with me. I'm gonna get into some JavaScript where it's pretty cool whenever we go to create some additional pages, but I gotta get there first. I'm almost done. I think after this maybe is like the footer or like a call to action in the footer, and then we can move on to some other stuff. But let's say font weight normal, opacity, and let's just make it a little bit transparent. Okay. Then the icon. I want to have the icon, let's see, height 50 pixels, width, I don't even think I need this, but I'll just leave it on there. Position, relative, margin, 1 rem auto. Let's see, padding to rem. Opacity, let's just make this 6 as well. And then let's customize the icon itself. And let's take that code that we used. Let's see, where is it at? Here. So take this. And let's use it on this icon. Like I said, Blazor, this thing pretty much works wherever you want it to. And then let's change the font size to 4.5 rem. Hey, that looks good. I'll see how big it is whenever we get there. But for right now, I think that's fine. Let's do the HR. I want to do border 0 pixels. And then let's do border top 1 pixel solid. We're going to lighten our text color by about 70%. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then let's do a margin dash. No, let's just do a margin 1 rem 0. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna put a box shadow. Actually, you know what? I didn't code for the price itself. Price, because the content is inside of the price. So let me take all of this. Because each one of these little sections is the price. So let's code for this. So let's do flex 1 0 calculate, and I think we're gonna have 4 of them maybe. So let's do 25% minus 4 rem. Now that sound, I don't think I want to do 4. Maybe we'll do 3. We'll see whenever we get there. All right, let's see, margin 0.5 or 0 and 0.5. And then padding, we're gonna do 1 and 2 REM on the left and right. Let's see, I wanna make it background color is gonna be white. I wanna align the text to center. Border radius, because this is going to be one of those boxes that has a box shadow, which let me go ahead and include that so we can see it. So include box shadow. There we go. So border radius 20 pixels. So the button here, I believe I want to make it where it goes off of the box. So I'm going to add some padding to the bottom of this, and I'm most likely going to have this where when you hover over it, it shows this button. So I'm going to move that button down, I think. I don't know. I have to see it whenever I get there. So let's do position relative. And let's do, because I'm going to be doing a hover event, so I'm gonna do transition. I think I'll just make this the same as the other ones. 25, ease out 0 seconds. And let's just say top 0. Okay. Just looking through my notes. All right, so let's style the UL and the button. So let's do UL list style type none, and let's do the padding 0, margin 0, and then let's do the list item margin bottom 1 REM. And I don't want to do inline block with this because I want them to be underneath it. Okay. And now let's do the button. So width, we're going to do calculate. Let's do 100% 6 REM so I can add some padding to it or some margin to it. And then I want to do top 95%. See how that's looking. 95%. All right, so top 95%, left, let's see, 7%. Okay. I want to do something on hover with this too. So let's do transition all. I want to make it a little bit quicker, so we're going to do 0.05 seconds, and it's going to be a linear transition. I want to make it left align text. And because it's going to have that icon, I want to do the padding right of 1.5 REM, and the background color is going to be the primary color. And on hover, we're going to do background color. It's going to be white, and the color is going to change to primary color. Okay, something. Let me see what it looks like when I add in another one. So copy this down. Give us 3 of them. Okay, I was thinking. I know that code was right. Okay, let's see. This is going to be 3, 2. Let's say like 95 and 115. let's say something like 5115, 8, and 4100. 3100. Okay. So pricing options. So now we got these pricing options, but I want them, whenever you go to hover over it, I want it to move up. So I think that'll look pretty good. In order to do that, we need to open up our JavaScript. And let's see, I'm trying to find my reference. Maybe I didn't. Oh, you know what? It's not in the JavaScript. I don't need JavaScript for that. I can do this inside of here. Let's see, transition top price. So we're going to come down to here and hover top -2 rem. That should give us our hover. There we go. All right, cool. Let's see. So the page is coming together pretty good so far. Looks weird with the same text, but y'all can change that whenever you get a hold of it. So all of these go to the contact HTML. Now, what is left? Oh, I know what I want to do. Man, this thing's going to take forever to finish. Okay. Let's see. Create another section. Section, choose me. So this is going to be like a, hey, why do you need to choose me to do the thing that you need me to do? Hopefully. So let's do div container. And I want to have it where it's kind of like this, but not like that. So let me go up here. I want to copy this. So let's just copy all of that and put inside of this container. So that's cool, but I want to have it reversed. And instead of this here, we're gonna do some more custom stuff. So why choose me? And then let's see, experienced developer for your needs. And I don't think we need any of this because we're going to customize this section. And let's go to make our button go to contact. And let's just say contact me. So inside of this, I want to create these like toggle menus. So I think it'd be pretty cool. So let me just bear with me as I get this. But I also want to change this. So this is going to be 8 and 6 is fine. So that means this needs to be 4 and 6. Because I want it to be, you know, the image to shrink down a little bit. But what's going to go here is hopefully pretty cool. So let's do div section, and then inside of that we're going to have div.row, and then inside of that we're going to have div column 8, and let's just do ×2 so I can change this to a 4. So what I want to have is like a little toggle section. So for this one, we're going to have I class equals bi, and I want to do down. Actually, let's make this one up because we want to have the first one active, and we'll change up the rest of them. All right, so up because it's going to be active. The other ones will be pointing down because they are not active. Okay, so inside of here, let's just do a strong, and let's say 20 plus years of experience. And then below that, whenever this is actually opened, we want to have a div, let's say section content. And then in this, I'm just going to add in some dummy text from here. Okay. So this is going to be another section that I use. And the section, because I'm gonna use it for like the services pages, but it'll make sense whenever I get there. So let's do choose me section. And we're gonna do background dash color. So for each one of these sections, I want to have background color of white, and let's go ahead and do include box shadow so we can see what we're doing. And then we're going to do padding 1 rem, position relative, border radius of 15 pixels, margin 1.5 rem 0. Nope, that's a 4, not a 5. 1.5 rem. Okay, so it's looking good, looking good. Let's see, height. We're gonna make them 25 pixels high because whenever you click on this thing right here, it's going to expand it down. So we'll have it where it expands out. So in order to do that, we're gonna have a transition all 0.15 seconds, and then we're going to ease out again with 0. And let's do a cursor pointer, so that way when you hover over it, it turns into a cursor. So pretty much anything you click here, we want it to change this icon to reverse it, and then we also want it to expand down to that content. So just so we can see it happening again, let's go down here and take off the active flag for this one. What do I want to put here? WordPress expert. So far the stream's been pretty good. It's been pretty smooth. I hope on your side it's been pretty smooth. So I'm going to be doing other live streams once I have time. Just right now I'm kind of taking some time off in order to do this, and also it's my birthday. Today's my birthday, so I took a day off of work so that I could celebrate my birthday, and then I figured why not do a video since I have some time. But yeah, so I'm planning on doing some other stuff, so WordPress is going to be one of them, and I think it'd be pretty cool to build a WordPress website from the ground up, doing a live stream. Okay, so now we have, we're including our box shadow. Oh, thank you, Blazer. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to have fun tonight. I'm waiting on kids to get out of school, which probably will be very soon. But yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, box shadow. Where am I at? Lost my train of thought for a second there. I really lost my train of thought. There we go. In the wrong section. Okay. Box shadow. And then for the icon, we want it to be a little bit bigger, so we're going to do font size 2 rem. And position, we're going to make this be relative. Top, I want to make it move over, maybe. Section, why is my, oh, It's because I want it to be 2 rem. And let's go top. We'll worry about that in a second. Okay, yeah. So top, I want to make it move up just a little bit, and we're going to make it float to the right. So float right, and then let's change the color of it. So color, let's see, color, primary color. Now we have our icon. We're going to do section. We're going to take away that text. So section content visibility is going to be hidden. And what we want to do now is, if it has an active class on it, we're going to set the height, let's say something like 150. So the first one should be expanded, the second one is not. That's good. And let's see, the strong, we're going to change the color of that also to primary color. And section content, we're going to set this visibility to visible. Okay, all right, so that's looking great. So now we just need it to where when you click on this, this expands and then this decreases. So that's going to be done in our JavaScript. So let's create a constant variable, choose me items. This is going to be equal to document.query selector all and class choose me. So choose me, and then for each section. Let's see. So if choose me items dot length is greater than 0, we want to run it. So choose me items dot for each item arrow function. Let's see what else. We're going to do item dot add event listener, and now this is going to be a click event. So first we need to make sure that all of them close. Whenever this is clicked, any of the other one that may be open closes, and the arrow function also changes. So make sure we're still good on the recording. All right. Wow, it's been a very long tutorial, and I still got so much more to do. Thanks for watching. This is taking a little bit longer than I thought it would. I thought it was going to be a little bit quicker. Okay. So on the click event, we're going to do for var I equals 0. I is less than choose me items dot length. Then I plus plus. So this is going to loop through all of the choose me items, which is going to be the sections that are there. And whenever it loops through, we want it to remove all of the active class and change the arrows. Okay, so we're going to do choose me items, I dot class list dot remove active, and then we're going to let arrows equal choose me items I dot query selector, and we're just going to pass in the I. All right, so now we just want to make sure that it has the correct class on it. So class list dot add, and the current one is going to be bi arrow down circle fill. The one we want to remove is going to be the up. So we remove that. Okay, so that should go through each item. When this is clicked, it should go through each one of them and change them to down arrows and remove that active class off of it. So now we need to make it where whenever we click on it, it expands it out or it toggles it. So let's do let arrow, because we also need to change the arrow. So let arrow equal item dot query selector I, kind of the same thing we did up above. And then we're going to do arrow, actually I can copy this. So arrow class list add remove. So we need to add the down or remove the down arrow. So let's remove the down arrow and add the up arrow. And then we need to do this dot class list dot toggle, and we're just going to toggle the active class. Okay, so now if we click on this, it expands, that decreases, the arrows changed. Same thing with this. Okay, so that's pretty cool. I like that. I have another image. So I think I'm going to switch out this image here to, I think it's called Choose Me. So why choose me? And I'm pretty sure that image size should be pretty close. So 583, 530. All right, that's cool. All right, so now we have this cool little toggle animation with a different image over here. And we have a contact button. So let's add in some more toggle switches. Let's see, let's just add in like 2 more. So take this section, just add in 2 more, and I don't know, let's say like built with mobile in mind, and then SEO built for you. Cool. Now we have multiple little sections. Looks pretty neat. All right, cool. Let me think. I think we can do the footer now. I need to anyway because this is taking forever. Okay. Choose me. Now we have our footer here. The footer, I'm going to try to make this as simple as possible. I mean, pretty much anybody knows how to do a footer. So let's do section. I know I want to have a footer top for the call to action and then the actual information about the footer. So let's do footer top div content, because again, it's going to be using my center thing. And then let's do an H2. Let's get started now. And then an H3, which I am just going to load this with some lorem ipsum. So let's just take the lorem ipsum from here and load this in. Well, thanks, Blazor. I appreciate that. Wait, I gotta wait till the video's done. I'll go look whenever the video's over. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so back to this. We need to do, how do I want to do this? Let's go, I want to create a new style sheet called footer Sass. So over here, Sass modules, let's create a new file, footer Sass, and then inside of our, get rid of the home, get rid of the general, come over here and let's copy this and make it footer. Okay, so back to our footer Sass. We have this main footer class that wraps everything up. Let's do margin top 10 vertical height. And I like the way this background looks, so I'm going to copy that. So I have this, I think that was on the home, which I just closed. Services section, I'm going to copy and paste this background gradient because I like the way that looks, and I'm trying to keep the design a little cohesive. So we'll keep that in there like that. All right, let's change the color to white and do text align center. I wonder why it keeps dropping back up here. Every time the page reloads automatically, it just drops up back right here. I don't know why. Anywho, working on the footer now. Okay, so we just created a class called footer top, and inside of this section, we are going to have it's going to be like a different color, so it's going to be overlaid on top of the footer, but it's just going to be this call to action. So first thing I want to do is include container and semicolon. Include our container, and then let's do background color. We're going to have a darken primary color hover, and let's darken it by like 20%. Okay. All right, so what I want to do is kind of what I did on the sections, which is the hero. I did this clip path, but I don't want it to be just the bottom. I want to do bottom and top so that it gives it a little bit more character. So I'm going to do clip path, and I'm going to change up these numbers a little bit. So I want it to be 10% on the header, or not the header, but the top of it. And then this one's fine, and that one's fine, and that one's fine. So once I add some more content down to the bottom, you'll be able to see it's actually like leaning a little bit. It's a little skewed. But I also need to take this clip path and also add it to the footer itself, because it was kind of going off the screen here. But I don't want the bottom of the footer to be clipped. So we're going to come over here, and so I think we can change this one to 5% so it keeps the original. Actually, let's see what it does with 10%. Keep the original look of it, and then we don't want the bottom at all to have an angle. So now it's straight at the bottom. So inside of this, let's start adding some padding to it. So we already have our text align center. Actually, for the button, how do I want to do that? I think I can do it this way. Oh, thanks again, Blazer. All right. Let's see what else. So let's do margin bottom 5 vertical height. Something's weird here. What's wrong with it? Okay, let's, I think maybe it's looking weird because I need to do the content. So the content, I'm gonna do padding 20, vertical height 0. Oh my gosh, I wish this thing would stay where I had it at. Okay. You can't really see. I'm gonna take this off for a second. I think I need to, can't really see the color. So let me see, let me darken like 75%, and we can see the separation between the two. Nope, that is the footer. I want to have this darkened. So let's try 30% here. Okay. And it'll get bigger. So let me just continue down with this, and then we can do it. So we got the footer top done. So let me add in a logo. So I want to do a logo that's like the dev drawers logo. So let's come over to footer top, and then after the footer top, I'm going to do div container, and then inside of that I'm going to copy over another logo. So my little miniature logo, which is going to be huge right now, but image source equals, see, images logo alt equals the dev drawer footer logo. And it's going to be huge. So let's go customize that. Let me see. Let's add a class equals footer logo. So we come over here and we can now do footer logo, and footer logo is going to be, we're going to do a max width 100 pixels, height auto, display block, and put a margin 5, rim auto. Okay, so kind of sounds like I'm talking to myself again. So I got a few viewers on here. Y'all want to say anything? Y'all got anything? Y'all want to, any questions? Anything? What you're working on? You know, anything we can start talking about? Because I think I've been doing this for like almost 3.5 hours. My mind is kind of mushy right now. So keep me alert. We're almost done, I promise. Yeah, we're getting to the part where we can start replicating it. But I think the footer is the last thing, and then we get to move on a little bit. But it's just this doing the homepage always takes the longest amount of time for me. All right, so let's do footer info. I'm gonna have to create this class. So the footer info is going to be right below the logo, and it's going to be like 3 columns that just has some information. So there's some dummy information. So we're going to do div class row, because I want to have columns, and then we're just going to do footer info so I can control that a little bit. And then I'm going to do div dot let's see, column, let's see, column 12 and column LG 4, maybe. Well, I should have done 3 of them, but that's fine. This is going to be like for the phone number and stuff. So class. Well, I'm glad you like it, Blazers. Thank you. All right, let's see. Class. So this is going to be for the map. So let's see what Bootstrap icons we have for like a map pin. So geo alt fill. So let's do geo alt fill. And let's underneath that, let's just do like H3. And we're just going to add 1, 2, 3, 4 street name, city, state. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I live in a very weird place apparently. And then H4. This is just going to be like a link to get directions. Okay, let's switch back over here and see how it's coming along. Okay, so good-ish, but we will adjust everything. So let's take this now, and I want to do it 3 times. So this geo alt fill is going to be turned into envelope heart fill, which is like a, well, what is it? So envelope heart fill. I guess it would help if I spell it right. So envelope heart fill, and then this is going to be, let's say like test@example.com, and then get directions is going to change into send email. And then finally, this, I want it to be like a telephone. So let's do telephone fill, maybe. Yeah, telephone fill. There's also another one, telephone, I think it's forward fill, where it kind of has like an arrow. There we go. Telephone forward fill. So I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 0. And then this is going to change to call me. All right, so let's start customizing this a little bit, because it is very not pretty right now. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is do a border right 1 pixel solid, and this is going to be very, very light. So we're going to use a white 0.25. Don't know why this thing just ran twice, but okay. And then I want to have on last child border right none. Let's see, footer info. That is correct, right? Footer info. Okay. Maybe I just can't see it yet. So the icon, let's do font size 3.5 rem. Oh, come on, you keep moving. Okay, it's getting there. And let's see, color. I want to lighten the primary color. So lighten primary color 20%. I don't know why it keeps going back to that same spot. I've already moved down a lot. Okay, primary color, lighten, and then let's do margin 1 rem 0. Scroll back down. Okay. So looks good so far. Okay, now we need to take that H3. Let's do a margin top 1 rem. And street name. Let's see. H4. It's not updating it the way I want it to, so something is wrong, but I'll have to figure that out. It's probably because I forgot to add it into its content thing again. So primary color 20%. Okay, so it's kind of sort of updating things, but it's not updating the H3 and H4. So footer info, why is that not changing? Footer info, margin top. Okay, maybe it's just the font size is too big. So let's change that. So it is changing it, it's just not doing the font size that I wanted it to. Let's do font size 2.5 rem. Okay, is that an H3? It is an H3. So what do I need to change this to? So 2.5 is too big. 1.5? 1.5 looks better. So let's change that to 1.5. Okay. Still a little too big. Change it to 1. Too small. 1.25. Oh man, the things you got to do for design to make sure you get it right. Okay, and this may also be my screen. Probably not though. Let's see, maybe if I did this, move that down a little bit. All right, so that looks a little bit better. So maybe I can increase the size of my screen back to where it was. Okay, I think that's doable. Okay, so let's add in a nav somewhere in here. So we have our footer info. I don't think I want that in there. Let's see. So let me go ahead and minimize that. So let's do nav dot. I don't want this to be shown on mobile, so it's just going to be a desktop footer nav. And then we're going to do ul li times 5, I guess. So let's do okay, so I know we want to do like home. I guess I could replicate the navigation links at the top. So home, about, services, portfolio, and contact. Okay, so let's see how that looks. It looks terrible, but let's add some add some styles to it. So we have this footer info. Go ahead and minimize that. Nav, and let's do a text align center, because I want it to be centered in what we're seeing. Hey, it didn't scroll up. That's weird. Also, actually, I need to see something in here. Footer info, and I think I need to do something. What do we have here? Column. Column 12. Okay, I could probably do this. Footer info, column 12. That's better looking. What do I want to do here? Because I just noticed something. So the footer.js, I don't think. Okay, it's pushing it over because of the pixel size on it. So I think what I might have to do. Okay, for right now, I'm just going to comment this out because it's a. I mean, it looks good without it, but I would prefer to have it in there. But I want to go ahead and move on to the rest of this. So back to the nav, and let's do margin to rem, and let's do ul. It's going to be list style type none. Okay. Then padding 0 mark. I need to create it. Include mixin for that because I do it on every one of them. And then we're going to do display inline block margin 3 rem, and I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I kind of know what I want it to look like, so I'm just going through what I'm assuming it'll look good. So hover, and color is going to be white. Cool. All right, so it's looking good. Now, why is that pushing it down? All right. Let's see. I want to put in a copyright. not that you can't use this project, just the copyright, because most projects are, you know, they usually have a copyright on it. I don't care about that. Y'all use this project for whatever you want whenever I'm done with it. So let's do P copyright, and we're just gonna say copyright. I think I did that backwards. So copyright, your agency name here by me. Again, copyright isn't something that you need to worry about. This is going to be completely open source. I'm just putting it on there so that, because it'll be useful whenever you actually go to build it out, because you might want to include a copyright on it. So I think I need to come up here to the footer and then do like padding, bottom, make it like 5 rem to get it off the edge over there. Well, maybe not that much off the edge. Let's try 2. Okay. Hold on a second. I go get a glass of water. I will be right back. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back in like just a minute or 2. Okay, I'm back. Where was I? Yes, padding. I added some padding to the bottom of this, so that looks pretty good. I think I need to do link. No, not there. I need to have this nav link. Let's do RGBA. And let's say just make it a little bit off-white, so that way we can actually see the hover on it. Okay. Everything's still good recording. Cool. All right. Let's see. I think that's all we need to do right now. I mean, I could technically add these icons down to the bottom. You know what? Let's go ahead and do that. I think I might as well do it anyway, because I am getting tired. But I got to finish this, and I want it to be a full project that you can use. Let's see, I think there's 4 of them up there. You know what? I could probably come up to the top and copy. So, header, subheader. Let's take all of these and bring them down to the footer. Okay, so now let's just do a simple little CSS for this, and then we can move on to some JavaScript implementation to make it a little bit easier for you to be able to switch back and forth without having to modify a whole bunch of stuff. So list item type none. Again, I should have made this thing a mix-in. Padding 0, margin 0, and then the li is going to be display inline block again with a margin of 3 rem. And the A, I'm going to copy this because it's pretty much going to do the same thing. All right, let's see how that looks. Pretty good. All right, so that is the home page. Now, if we click on this, it doesn't work. Also, if we duplicate these pages, actually, what am I thinking? Mobile. I need to do the mobile. Okay, mobile shouldn't take too long. Let's go ahead and do that. Mobile. So new file, mobile. And we're gonna have certain breakpoints that we need to hit. So let's do @media, screen, and max width. I'm gonna set it to 844 pixels because, let me see if I can get this to work. If we go here, flip that over, and I'm going to take this and move it into another window. So you should be able to see the mobile version of the screen. So right now we want to start with a larger one. So let's go with the iPad Air or the iPad Mini. Let's do the iPad Air. Okay, so that one's 820. So 844 will cover it. And the reason why I did 844 is because in our grid, that's actually one of the breakpoints. I actually have it set up as 820. 844. Why is 844? There's a reason for 844. Oh, 844. So if it's a horizontal iPhone, then it's 844. Okay, so let's go back to the iPad Air. And let's go through, and I can get rid of some of this stuff because I don't necessarily need it right now. So grid's fine. Let's take this style, and we're going to have it called last so that we can modify the mobile after everything else has been set. So right now, if we scroll through, and it's not bad, but it's not good. So we want to make it better. And one of the ways to do that is to create these breakpoints. So first breakpoint is going to be that one. Second breakpoint is going to be max width 844 again, but we're going to check for orientation. And this is going to be landscape. And then we are going to do this, but instead of being 844, it's going to be 390, which should hit the other side of the mobile phone. For the most part, once we get the 844, the tablets will look all right. Okay, so let's go back. And for this one, what we can do to make it kind of easy on us is to not worry about the sass as much as we worry about what's actually contained inside of it. So right now you can't exactly see, but I'm gonna show you a quick glimpse of what I'm doing. Basically, I'm going over here and I'm seeing that this right here doesn't look bad. This right here does. So I'm going to inspect that element, and I'm going to see that each one of these is, it needs to be changed here. So the top part's pretty good, but I'm going to come over here and I'm going to change this to, let's say, 50% so it shows 2. So that makes it look so much better. The box shadow, for some reason, gets removed whenever I do that. But what I want to do is change my flex to match what I have there. So 1, 0, calculate, and then this is going to be 50% minus 4 REM. I got to put the class on there first. So below hero, hero top, or hero CTA, we are going to make it change the flex. Below hero, hero CTA. Oh, because I did not put hero. Okay. So there we go. So it changes the flex a little bit, but now they're kind of grouped up together. So I'm going to do a margin bottom. And we're going to make this say like 1 rem to push it down a little bit. So that looks much better. So the top part of it, Don't really have to do too much with it. Maybe. Okay, so that's good. That's not so much. Okay, we'll get to the header part in a minute. I need to continue down. So this part looks pretty good. Hey, are y'all still on? Because I just had a timeout connection on my live stream thing. So message me, let me know if anything happened or if you're back on, because if you're back on, we can keep going. So I mean, it looks like it's okay again. So I'm just gonna keep going. All right, let's see. So we have the hero CTA, the logos look good here. This looks good here. Pricing doesn't look too good. So I'm going to do the same thing that I did. I'm going to right click on that. I'm going to go to my pricing table, and price is for each individual. Okay, thanks, Blazer. Price is each individual item, and I think I'm going to take this and make it where they are 100%. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So let's take and copy this on down. So it makes it a little bit easier. I mean, I'm not worrying about the SAS part of it too much. Like, I'm not trying to group them all together. But, you know, once you get to this part, you don't really have to do too much. But copying and pasting like this wouldn't be too bad. Okay, so margin 2 REM and then 0.5 REM. Let's see how that looks. Okay, that's pretty good. So it's coming. Tablet doesn't look too bad. This needs to be lined up a little bit more, so let's come down here. I think that's the content button. Let's do a width, calculate 100% minus, let's say 10 REM. See how that looks. Perfect. Good. Okay. So that is taken care of. Oh, I need to do something with that in JavaScript. I will take care of that whenever we get back into the JavaScript itself. All right, so now we got that. The pricing plans look good. This looks good because it's actually using the column structure. That looks good. Footer looks okay. It's supposed to be hiding that menu though, so maybe I need to change. Okay, so let me just make sure that that did not hide it. It did. So it might be the breakpoint that's causing that. What happens if I do this? Okay, that's good. Let me see, what is my grid? Let's see, style. So the style for hidden MD down is 819. Over here we're at 820. So well, I can live with that for now. I need to keep moving. Okay, so on the tablet, looks pretty good both ways. So desktop looks pretty good. So let's go down to an iPhone. And let me reload this page, because sometimes whenever you reload it and it's got the words, it, you know, it kind of pushes it off to the side. Okay, so now let me get out of this and go back into our mobile. So I'm gonna do the landscape in just a second, but what I want to do right now is I want to do the mobile part of it. So on the header, we need to change some things up. So we're going to do header dot logo image top one rem transform none. Okay, and then we need to get rid of the nav and the subheader. So let's do nav subheader display none. Oh, well, see you later, Blazor. Thanks for watching. Just keep in mind, I will post this full video to the YouTube channel with a link to the code that we're creating. So if you like it, you know, definitely check it out whenever it goes live on the channel itself. But thanks for joining me. Okay, so now we have our nav and our subheader. We need to create a mobile menu. So up here in our header, right here, we have our subheader, and then we have our nav. What I want to do is create a mobile menu that can then be used and kind of shows the content. So I think we want to do it outside of our nav here. So let's do div mobile menu, and then inside of this we want to have an I class equals bi list, and this is going to be our mobile menu icon. So this should give us the little you know, the hamburger menu that people are used to. And then under it we need to do nav with an image source going to let's see, image and logo svg alt equals the dev drawer mobile logo. All right, and then we need to have our ul with our li. So li times 5. And then inside of this, we're going to take this, 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 and this. And we're basically going to add in just the same thing we have on the footer. So I could probably go down here and copy this. So our mobile menu is going to show the same thing that we showed on the footer. So I could just do that. Okay. Sorry, just responding to chat. Okay, so now we have this menu here. Let's go back into our mobile styling, and we have the subheader and the nav display none. So we need to make the mobile menu display. So display block. And see the I, we need to have font size 3 rem. I think this is going to end up being the longest video I ever made at one time. This is building out an entire website. That's crazy. Okay, so mobile menu, font size, let's see, color, make it white, and see, position absolute, top 1 rem, right 1 rem, perfect, and then z index of 10, because we're going to have that switch over to show the other menu as well. Whenever you click on it, it's going to show the mobile menu. Now, why is this? This should be lower. Oh, that's because logo. There we go. That makes more sense. Up, and go back to this. Refresh. Okay, come on. All right. So now we have this mobile menu. Let's see. I want to have inside of this mobile menu, we're going to have our nav. And let's do display. So display block. So it's displaying the navigation menu. And it's going to be position fixed. And then once I get done styling it, I will hide it. So position fixed. The background color is going to be like a darker color, so black with a little bit of a transparency, but not a lot of transparency on it. And then let's do left 0, right 0, top 0, bottom 0. And then the image that's there, we're going to do a max width of 100 pixels, display block, margin 1 rem auto. Why is that not updating? So it's not getting the style. So nav image. So mobile menu, nav, and then the images inside of that. Why is it not getting it? It's not getting that either. Is there an error? Might be an error. There is. Oh. That's better. Okay. Usually I work with that open, so it's a little bit easier to read. Okay, so back to our image. So now we have our image. Let me see. Let's do margin top 10 rem because I want it to be kind of down. Okay. It's a little further left than I would like. Okay, I'll figure that out in a second. Might have to just do some other stuff. So li display block. All right, and then text align center, margin right 0. Okay, so it's all lining up, but it's a little off to the side. Let me make sure that's just not the screen being all weird. I need to reload the page, but it's probably the screen being weird because I'm setting it. Yeah, I'll figure that out in a minute. So whenever it's active, I want it to be display block. Otherwise, the nav is going to be display none. Okay, so most likely because this thing exists outside the side, it's making it where it's producing more information. All right, so let's go down a little bit. So I got the header. Now let's adjust the hero. 1, and then we're going to do font size 2.5 rem, and then span needs to go in here. Span is going to be font size 1.5 rem. Okay, it's getting better. Now let's do center div. It's going to be position relative. Yep. Okay, so what I'm wanting to do is make it where it's not absolute position anymore, so it won't be as wonky looking. So top 20 vertical height, left initial. Let's see, I want to take the transform off of it, so I'm removing that center thing, and then width 100%. Okay, so now let's go out of this into the main, first section, the hero, inside the container, the center div, transform, not 0, none. Okay, that's much better. Okay, now let's take this, and we should already have the below here. So let's just make sure we can copy and paste that, and then we do 100%. And I think we need to do and.top and make this top 0, because we have those two divs that are being positioned outside of it. Which reminds me, did I do that for the iPad? Okay, yeah, that's fine, because those are 12. Okay, that's fine because it's still displaying them staggered. This one's not. Okay, so that looks good. Now I want to do where the button is. What do I want to do? I think I want to make it where the buttons are 100% width. So we're going to do width, calculate 100% minus 6 rem. So that way our natural buttons will push over. Like so. So they extend the whole screen. And then, okay, so this needs to be adjusted as well. So the about me, I think the text, the headers still look good. Do I need to adjust them based on, no, it looks like it's about the same, so that's good. Let me do the, I think it's services. What is this? Services. So I think I have that up here as well. No, that's the pricing table. The rest of it looked good. So we're going to do service section, services, service. And then this is going to be flex 1, 0, calculate 100% minus 4 rem, I think. I think that needs to be home in front of it. All right, that looks good. So we scroll down, pricing tables. Let me see. The brands look kind of weird as well. So let's do brands, and then we're going to do margin 10 rem 0, and then margin top. Let's do 5 rem. So it kind of puts them a little bit closer. Actually, I think I might just be able to get away with just doing 5. Yep, I'm gonna keep it at 5. 5 and 0. All right, so the brands are there. I think one of them's being hidden that's not supposed to be hidden. So let's go over there and take a look. So about me, brands. So we have, let me close this. So we have hidden, 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 hidden. So we only have visible, visible, visible. Which one? I think there's another one that I need to have visible. So Adidas, Samsung, Subway, Samsung, Starbucks, Subway's hidden. Samsung is not. So let's take that one and unhide it. And then let's just make this column 3. Cool. Okay. So we have our 4 there. That looks good. The pricing plans look a little off. So let's go to our mobile and update the pricing plan. Pricing plans. So pricing table. Inspect here. So pricing table. And let's adjust it. So we're going to set the width as calculated at 100% minus 3 REM. All right, that looks good. And then inside of that, the price content button, we need to make that width 100% minus 6 REM. Cool, cool. All right, so mobile is getting there. I'm gonna figure out why that's white at the top. Okay, so that's cool. Now let's do, what else do we need to do now? So I'm gonna change this where the choose me section active is auto height, just in case it gets longer because it's on mobile. So choose me section dot active, and this is going to be height auto. Okay, so you can't do a height auto and the transition, so that's why it's kind of blinking into existence, but that's fine. It doesn't need to on mobile. All right, so let's go down a little more. And I want to make that a little bit smaller. All right, so we're gonna have footer info. And what is this? So footer info H3, I wanna make it, let's say like 1.5 REM. All right, 1.5 REM is good. So we're going to do footer info H3 font size 1.5 REM. Nope, that's not footer info, that's footer top. So footer top. Okay, that looks good. And I can deal with those. Actually, so footer info column 12, I'm going to do margin 1 REM 0 so they're not so bunched together like that. Give them a little space, and then let's do the social. So let's do footer logo, and then we're going to do margin 1 REM auto. No, wait, not the footer logo. I mean, it works, but what I was actually meaning to do is footer social li. We're just going to do margin 1 REM. All right, So that looks good. We need to get that to work. Why is it down? Okay, let's switch this. All right. So this one is going to be controlled within our orientation landscape. Shouldn't have too much to do on this one. So let's just fix up the header a little bit. So we're going to do header, position, relative, background color, and I'm just going to make this primary color so that it doesn't look, I mean, it kind of blends in with the rest of it. So primary color, and then center div, we're going to do position, relative, top, initial, left initial, and transform none. And then, so I need to hide the mobile menu. So I think in my, I think it's gonna be general maybe. Let's see, general. Yep. Okay. So we can actually see what we're doing. Okay, there we go. All right, now let's go back over to the mobile. So the center div is there. Now let's do this. So we're gonna have hero h1. So hero h1. And we're gonna do font size 2.5 rem. And span is going to be 1.5 rem. Font size. I'm still not understanding where that little space is coming from. I don't think there's a margin on this. I don't know, maybe it's just the screen that I'm looking at, because it doesn't look like it's actually there. It just looks like there's something. Yeah, I don't think it's actually there. I'm gonna have to play around with it. I don't think it's actually there though. Okay, so let's just look at this. Looks fine. Looks good. Pricing looks good. Footer looks good. Let's see. Spelled that wrong. Okay, I think I need to. I need to do something with the footer. Let me think. I'm trying to look through my notes to see, like there needs some padding or something there. So let's do, what is this? Inspect content 30. All right, let's do this. And this is only going to be in this one. Okay, so now if we switch back to this one, looks good there. Okay, so now let's get this mobile menu to work. And in order to do that, we need to open up our JavaScript. And inside of the JavaScript, we are going to start working with the mobile menu. So let's go down here and do const mobile menu equals document dot query selector mobile menu icon, and then let's do mobile menu dot add event listener click. Then we're going to do function and pass this on. So we're going to do this dot class list dot toggle, and we're going to change to if it's bi list, we want to toggle it off, and then we want to do the bi x circle. So click that, we get the x. Good. All right, that's what I'm looking for. And now let's set a const of mobile mobile menu nav equals document dot query selector mobile menu nav. Okay, so we got our mobile menu nav. Let's do mobile menu nav dot class list dot toggle, and it's going to be active, so it gets toggled. All right, so we click on this, displays it, turns it off, and then we can click on each individual service, and that should keep up with the screen. Good. Still curious as to why there's a white space over there. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the body. No. Okay. Anyway, the mobile menu works. It's still a weird space, but I don't think it's actually a space. It's, I don't know, we'll have to see. But right now, mobile menu works. So let's get out of our responsive design, and I need to, let's see. I think that's good. So what I want to do now is create some additional pages. Those additional pages will be, oh wow, I've been live for 4 hours. The additional pages are going to be, you know, our services and stuff like that. So I'm not going to like build them out completely. I'm just going to basically like copy and paste some things. But I just want to show you how to build them in an easier way. So normally what you would do is you'd come over here and you would copy all of the text inside of this, and you would, you know, duplicate the page. So you would come over and do something like this, and then you would change this to, let's say, like about.html. So whenever someone clicks on this, it actually opens up the page. But in doing so, you're basically making it where you have to change your navigation and all this other kind of stuff. So what we could do is use JavaScript to do that for us. So inside of our JavaScript, I'm going to create a new folder, and this is going to be called modules. So in this modules folder, I'm going to have a few things that we're going to be using as modules. So we're going to have our header.js and new file, our footer.js. So these are going to be called inside of our application.js, which is going to be called inside of here. So inside of the HTML, we need to make sure that our JavaScript is a module type. So type equals module. And you might have seen me do this in some other tutorials. So I'm just going over, like, quickly how we can do this. So right now we have our module. Let me go ahead and delete this page since we're not going to be using it that way. And go back to our home page. Okay. So what I want to do is create dynamic stuff. Well, semi-dynamic. Dynamic as in it works dynamically, but it still has to be modified. So in order to do that, we need to create some things. So I'm going to do an import header HTML from, and then it's going to be modules header.js. I'm going to do the same thing for the footer. So header.js, footer.js, and we're going to be changing this to footer HTML. So inside of this header.js, we need to export these variables. So we're going to do export header HTML. Now, let's declare header HTML equals an array. Now, header HTML is going to be equal to a string. So let's take this, and basically what we need to do is inside of our index.html, everything that we have from our header, so this entire container, everything inside of this header, copy it, and we're going to paste it inside of this header HTML call. So now we have our entire HTML structure inside of this. So when we want to add something, we can. Now, there's also some other things that we can do here. So inside of our app.js, let's go ahead and add this HTML to it so that whenever we get ready to use it, it'll be available to us. So first thing I want to do is, let me see, let's do constant header layout equals document.query selector all header. I don't think I need to have query selector all, but that's fine, it'll work either way. And then we're going to do header layout dot inner HTML equals header HTML. So now let's see, it looks like it's given us an error, so let's see what kind of error it's given us. Header HTML is not defined in module. Header HTML. Let me just make sure I got that copied correctly. Yeah, it looks like it's defined to me. See, I'm trying to export header HTML. It's not defined here. Oh, that's because I need to do constant. So console footer did not exist. That's fine. I don't need that. Okay, so the footer does not exist. So let's go and do const footer HTML equals this, and then we're going to do export footer HTML header.js. Let's go over here, and I'm going to get rid of the style sheets that are open because I don't need them right now. Let's go ahead and do this. So we're going to do footer HTML, footer HTML, footer HTML, and footer. And then we're also going to go over to our HTML where we have our footer at, and we're going to copy all of this. So now our footer looks like this. Okay, so let's see, app on 54. Okay, the mobile menu should always be declared. So, is it breaking without this? It's not, but it's not displaying anything. All right, I gotta figure this out. So I'm exporting my HTML from the header. So constant header HTML, let's be and export it. And then here it should be getting declared. Oh, well, I guess that makes sense. There's only one of them. Okay. Don't know why I did it that way, but so now we have our links working. And just to verify that, if we go up to our header and we change out home, we can just change it like home 2, and it updates it, and it'll update it on every page. So let's just keep that. Now let's take it a step further, and we want to be able to dynamically generate these links, because I don't want to have to worry about, you know, making sure that the right things have been declared and blah blah blah. So let's create something called let header equal this, equal to that, and then let's do const header links equals an object. So the first one is going to be home, and then this is going to be slash this, comma. Then I'm going to take this, and I think we only have 5 pages, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 pages. So we're going to have home, about, services, portfolio, contact. I think that's all that I'm going to need here. So we're going to do about.html, services, portfolio, contact.html. Okay, so inside of this header links, we want to take away the need to do this. In order to do that, we need to loop through it and display it. So let's come over here, and we're going to do object.keys header links dot for each, and then we're going to do function item, and inside of this function we're going to do if we're going to do header dot push li ahref equals this, and we're going to have the link is going to be $ header links item, which is going to give us the key, and then just item, which is going to give us the name, or the reverse of that, what I just said. Okay, so now we have that. Let's go ahead and go back to our app.js because we're grabbing this information. So let's not go back to the app.js. Let's first push our header out with it. So I'm going to come down here and we're going to do export header as well. And in the app.js, we're going to do header. Okay, so for our header, we want to add those links dynamically. So let's come down here and we're going to do const header div equals document dot query query selector all header nav li. Okay, and then we're going to do header for each item function, and then for this we're going to do header div. So for each object that we're sending over through the header, we're going to add it to this header div. So we're going to do header div for each div, and we're going to do div dot inner HTML plus equals item. Let me see, header nav, not li, ul. Okay, so now you can see it's kind of repeating it again. So if we come over to header.js, we should be able to go right here and, well, we got to do the submenu. So inside of our header.js up here, let's code for the submenu. So let's create our submenu. So we're going to do constant header sub links, and this is again going to be equal to an object, and we're just going to have it services services is going to be the the link that we want the key to be. So services is going to have a few. So website development, and then this is going to be equal to website development.html, and let's go ahead and do software development. And then finally app development. I think I'm getting tired. Okay, so now we have these header sublinks. So let's go inside of here and we're going to do if header sublinks item, if it exists, we want to run this code, or else run this code, else just do what we were already doing. Okay, so let's just comment this out for now, but it's going to be something that looks similar to that. Okay, so let subnav equal take this and put in here, and based off of the structure that we have in our header itself, it's like after the link it's UI class subnav. Okay, so after the link we do UI class equals submenu, not subnav. and that'll be good for that one. So now we're going to do object.key header sublinks item dot for each, and then it's going to be function sub item sub nav plus equals, and then we're going to do li, and I can just copy this now. So copy this to here. I know y'all probably been watching for a while. My phone is dying that I'm using to monitor this, so give me just a second to set this up. Okay. All right, so we still good. Let's see. Yep, still good. All right. Okay, so we need to change this from header links to header sublinks, and then this to sub item, and then this to sub item. All right, so now we have our sub nav, so we can just do a header dot push and sub nav. All right, so let's go into, let me get rid of this, and I'm going to scroll down to here, and let's see if it worked. So we delete everything that was there. Services still come up, and all the pages seem to be working. So just to verify that again, let's come over here and change this to website development. Services to website development. So now it is updating on every page. All right, so let's see, I'm going on 4.5 hours for this live stream. So I think I'm fixing to start wrapping it up. Basically, I'm going to do the same thing with the footer.js that I did with the header. Let's see if there's anything else here. Okay, so let's do footer, and then this is pretty much going to be the same thing. Put it in as right items. So we're going to do footer, and I believe it's footer nav ul footer footer. Okay, so now let's create inside of our footer.js pretty much the same thing we did in our header. So I'm going to create this, put it right there, and let's do let footer equals object, so constant footer links. Pretty much the same thing as the other one. And then let's take this, but this is just in case you want to have different footer links, so I wouldn't keep them the same. So footer links, and we don't need any of that because there is no sub navigation for our footer links. So we're going to do footer links and close that off. So now let's come down here and push out footer and footer HTML. So we kind of got the pages looking like we want. So let's come over here and delete that. Okay, so now we have our HTML here and here. So there's also a few other things that you can do that's kind of similar. So let's say, for example, there is the pricing. So the pricing is something that I want to reuse, but I don't want to have to recode that every single time, especially if it's going to be used for the same thing. So I'm going to create a pricing module, and I can get rid of, I think I can get rid of my header.js. So let's get rid of my header.js and my footer.js. So inside of the pricing, we're going to do the same thing that we did with the other one, where it's going to be const pricing HTML equals this. And then we're just going to copy and paste that into there, and then we're going to do export pricing HTML. So if we go over to our index.html, we have our section class pricing here. We can take this entire pricing table. Let's see, do I want to take the pricing table? Nope, I'm going to take the whole thing. So inside of this section, we are going to take the entire div and move it along. So now we have our pricing. I'm going to paste this in here, get it all formatted nice and pretty. And inside of our app.js, we are going to take the pricing layout. Let me minimize that so we can see. So let's come right here, constant pricing layout. And it's going to be equal to document dot query selector pricing. And then we're going to do if pricing layout dot length is greater than 0. Pricing layout dot HTML or inner HTML. Pricing HTML. So that means we also need to come up here and do the same thing. So take pricing HTML pricing. Okay, so now our pricing box went away. So why did that go away? Console. It's not that. Pricing layout. Pricing. Section class pricing. So that's right. Import pricing HTML from modules pricing. Pricing HTML. And just make sure I named it all the same. It's not giving me any errors. Why is it not giving me any errors? Okay, I didn't need to check for length on that one. Okay, okay, so I'm going to show you how to build one internal page, but I'm not going to build the other internal pages. However, I do have the other internal pages. It's just literally been 4.5 hours on this live stream, and for my first one, I think it's pretty good. So I'm going to just create one page really quick. So the about page. So I'm just going to copy this, rename to about HTML. Now we can click on the about HTML and we can change the information. So about, and I don't know what I wanted to say here, so I'm just going to just do something real quick. So about me, and then this is going to be professional YouTuber developer, and then about me can stay the same. I don't need these boxes, so I can go on down here and get rid of below hero. And I can keep the about me. Let's see what else I have. An image. What am I going to do? Image about me. Let's see. Learn about the dev drawer. So I'm just showing you how easy it is to modify the content of a page. And just keep in mind that the content of the page will not be necessarily there's going to be a form, but I don't have any form processing because I didn't want to include any PHP on this. So just keep that in mind whenever you are looking at your content and how to make it. Also, so section class pricing, I'm on the about.html page and it still shows it because I have it adding to that pricing. So pretty much anywhere I add this section or a div class of pricing, it'll work. But I don't want that. So now you can also incorporate different things. So like, say for example, I wanted to have something, some custom CSS specifically for the about us page. So if I come over here and like I told y'all, class home, change this to class about, and then I can go over here and do about, I think this is the about me, the about me class, and the choose me class. So if I can do something like about me, choose me, and then I can say margin, I don't know, like 10 vertical, height 0. And also I got to add it to the styles. So I try to keep all of my pages together. So my home has a custom one. So my about has a custom one. And now it looks, a little bit cleaner. So this is, something you can do that makes makes it a little bit easier for, copy and pasting the elements that you've already created. And, you pretty much ensure that they're working. But yeah, so this is, pretty much, I think this is going to be the tutorial. Honestly, 4 hours and 37 minutes into it. I am tired. My brain is hurting. But I will post on whenever this video gets processed and it's no longer in the live mode, I will post a link to the GitHub repository, which essentially has this entire site built out, exactly how it looks inside of this, tutorial. And actually, you know what? I already have the content built out on a sample site. So what I'm going to do is, just to show you what it looks like, I'm going to add a few different pages. All right, so I got that. I got this. This. So now if I click on services, for example, now it has a service page. It has a service page with, apparently I need to remove some of that. So let me copy over that style. So SAS modules services. So I have all of this already built out that I used as a reference. But yeah, so it's, I think that you can get a lot of use out of it. Pretty much everything that you learned is what's being implemented inside of this. And you can kind of see that it's, it works. Like if you go to the website development, hold on, it's coming back as undefined. Let's go to portfolio first. So portfolio. All right. Let me see. So I will copy over all of the content on it, but for some reason this is coming back as undefined. Let me fix that issue first, and then I think I'm going to go. So all the other links work except for this, the sub navigation. So let me see, what is the sub navigation that's causing the issues? So subnav, header links, header sublinks, sub item. There we go. Okay, so back to, I think this is it. If you have any questions, definitely leave me a comment below. For anybody who took part in the live stream, I do appreciate you watching. I appreciate the comments. I know we've had a few people kind of jump on and jump off, but I am extremely happy that my first live stream seems to have went very well. I don't think there was any major issues with it. But yeah, I think we're good to go, and I hope that you like the website. If you want to use it, by all means, feel free to. There's no copyrights on it. I mean, you have to obviously, switch out the images to some of your own images, or, go to Unsplash and, get your own images. But if you want to use this website for your personal projects or your personal portfolio, by all means, go ahead and do it. I will link the code on GitHub in the description of this video. But again, thank you so much for joining me. I like the live stream. Hopefully I'll get more people next time, but it was a pretty steady stream of people that were coming in and out and watching it. But again, thank you very much, and I guess I will talk to you later.